Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
The African company and the African CEO is making a conscious decision to bring on someone external to the continent versus bringing on someone who is from Ghana or Kenya or South Africa. And so the skill sets of the people that we take through our executive leadership training program and ultimately on the placement, obviously have to be extremely high caliber. So what we look for are corporate executives at the vice president to C-suite level, as well as Black entrepreneurs. When we look at the Black corporate executives, we're looking for some very specific skill sets, whether that be around supply chain, sales and marketing, engineering, product development. We want our folks to be able to add immediate value to the corporate board, right? And the other thing is, even if they don't necessarily have specific industry experience, they're bringing a diversity of thought.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
So what we have to do is when we get in a spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy.
Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Henri Ward. I am your business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and all cities over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. We will be hosting today a fireside chat with Dionysia Barnes. Dionysia is a Georgia licensed master cosmetologist, IAT certified hair practitioner, and owner of Health in Hair and Wellness Hair Loss Center, where she specializes in healthy hair and scalp care, as well as transformative styling solutions for women and men experiencing hair loss. A disabled veteran of the United States Air Force, Dionysia combined her passion for beauty with her background in information technology to build a thriving business powered by a sleek online presence, a streamlined virtual intake system, and a client-focused CRM that promotes consistent self-care and incentivizes referrals. Her tech-forward approach so impressed her clients that they began requesting her help in creating similar systems for their own businesses. This demand inspired the launch of Dionysia Barnes Consulting and Professional Services, where she now equips other beauty professionals with the tools and knowledge to leverage technology and scale their business effectively. Dionysia also serves as the Georgia Distribution Center Dionysia also serves as the Georgia Distribution Center for the Perfect Choice Hair Growth System, further cementing her role as leader in holistic hair restoration and wellness solutions. Through her multifaceted work, she is redefining what it means to blend beauty, wellness, and innovation. Please welcome Dionysia Barnes.
Hi, Andre. Thank you for having me.
Dionysia, so great to have you with us today.
Yes, sir. It's a pleasure to be here.
Absolutely. And what a wonderful business model you have.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Dionysia, can you take us back to the moment you decided to transition from the military to the beauty industry? What sparked that shift?
Actually, it was a book I read called 48 Days to the Work You Love.
Nice.
And after reading that book, I completed the questionnaire, and all things led to being a hairstylist. And I did not take it serious because as far as I knew about hairstylists didn't make a lot of money. Like, at least not in my neighborhood and what I was seeing in my community.
Sure.
They had second jobs and they pretty much lived paycheck to paycheck. They worked when they needed some money, or you may not see them. And it just didn't seem stable to me. I didn't think it was possible to make a stable living as a hairstylist. But all things pointed to it. All of the questions I answered, the survey, and something that happened that made me take that leap of faith of transitioning from really IT, because that's what I did in the military. Transitioning from IT into becoming a beauty professional is shortly after I completed that survey, I prayed and I said, Lord, if this is for me, if this is what I'm supposed to do, make a way and I'll walk through the door, whatever doors you open.
Sure.
I am not exaggerating when I say maybe a month and a half later, I was notified by the VA that my GI Bill could be used for vocation school.
Oh, awesome.
I had just completed my degree programs and I had enough money left over to start cosmetology school. Now that the GI Bill was open to vocational school. So I did that and hit the ground running. That was all she wrote.
That is phenomenal. And as someone who has an IT background myself, congratulations.
Thank you.
That is absolutely phenomenal that you were actually able to make that career shift. How did your experience in the Air Force shape your approach to business leadership and operations today?
I used my technology background. In the service, I served in many positions. The type of job that I had, there were a number of different jobs. The type of the code for our job. Well, there are several positions I can hold on that one job. So as a computer systems operator, I had a chance to work in the help desk. I had a chance to work in small computers. I had the chance to become a website developer. And I also had a chance to teach computers. So technology is one thing that I knew. And coming into the beauty industry, technology was everywhere. So I used it in my business to set up my online presence.
Yeah.
To set up my onboarding system for taking in my clients. And being a solopreneur as a hairstylist, I wasn't just a hairstylist, I was a salon owner.
Right.
So I had accounting to do. I'm in charge of marketing. I'm in charge of budgeting. I'm in charge of
Chief and bottle washer.
Operations. So I use technology to help me do that.
Yeah.
And streamline as many processes as possible so that I can focus on my craft.
Good for you. It's definitely all about streamlining processes and using technology to help you. So, and unfortunately, a lot of business owners do not take advantage of that. So kudos to you.
Yes, sir.
for that. Let's stay a little bit on this professional journey.
Okay.
What was the initial inspiration behind founding Health in Hair and Wellness Hair Loss Center?
Okay. Well, initially, I was salon joyer. That's how I started my business as a regular hairstylist. And I noticed an alarming number of women and young girls coming in with damage and many experiencing hair loss.
Wow.
And I mean, hair loss as early as teens.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. And as a beauty professional, we're like the front line for public. And so we're expected to know what to do about hair and scalp problems.
Sure.
And I did not have a lot of knowledge about hair loss. I knew about mechanical causes of hair loss, like pulling too tight, braiding too tight, and things like that. But in situations, I was getting clients who had never had braids or who had never done weaves.
Yeah.
And they were experiencing hair loss like crazy. So it forced me to get into the science behind hair loss. And that led me to just how important healthy living, mental health, and your dietary health, how much of an impact that really had on the functions of the body. And hair growth is part of a function of the body.
Sure, absolutely.
In regards to health issues, the impact that medications can have on hair growth.
Didn't think about that.
The medications can just interrupt it. Learning that mental health can impact or interrupt hair growth. So in an age like where we live, where there's technology everywhere, everything is fast paced, everything's happening at the same time. We're bombarded with the news, we're bombarded with the craziness from social media, and then people got to deal with their families, and then people got to deal with themselves. We are in a chronic, stressful,
that's right,
just environment.
That's right.
And we've been in it for so long that we don't even know. And we're not making the time to do self-care and take care of ourselves. And it's not just nails and hair or getting a haircut and buying yourself something nice. Self-care is disconnecting and reconnecting with yourself, reconnecting with your own feelings, what you think, what you want to do, the things that you enjoy doing, what you eat, what you read, what you listen to. Like all of these things is part of self-care. And due to a lack of self-care, and I really think a lack of knowledge about nutrition, some of these conditions that require the medications, you have the ability to get them under control or even heal from them.
Right.
And then you don't need the medication, and then you don't have this thing interrupting something that your body is naturally supposed to be able to do.
Exactly.
So that's what led me to a health track. And I found myself like, it's not a program that I'm going to offer. It's not this separate thing that I'm going to keep separate from hairstyling. It's my approach to helping my clients, no matter how they come in or what they're dealing with. I now know your health comes first. I only get to deal with what your body produces.
Right.
After whatever you've exposed your body to or whatever you've put in your body. So it's more of I'm not a savior. I'm a team player. We're partners now in making this happen. In order for me to do my best for you, I need you to do your best for you.
Absolutely. That it's wonderful that you're taking this holistic approach. Very unique in the industry that you play in. You know, as I'm sure you're aware, most people in that industry are just very focused, to your point, on the mechanics.
Yes.
Right.
And training.
Right. The fact that you're taking a holistic approach from a nutrition perspective, from a mental health perspective, I think that's phenomenal. What does it mean to you personally and professionally to help clients experiencing hair loss reclaim their confidence? Because I'm sure, particularly for women, you know, confidence has a lot to do with the whole hair loss thing.
Yes, it can have a huge effect on it. My approach is education.
Mm-hmm.
I believe you are capable of doing better when you know better.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't always mean that you will.
Right.
And I believe in people taking steps in their own time, and they'll get there when they're ready. But as the beauty professional or the expert that they're coming to help them with it is to educate them. I am not a gatekeeper when it comes to knowledge. Nothing that I know is locked behind some chest that needs a secret code to get to. All of this information is available to them, and that is my way of helping them, is educating them and sharing my knowledge, and then encouraging them to put it into practice. But no matter what I do, I consistently do my job, and I do my job to the fullest and provide them with the best service, best care, and just come serve them with love.
Yeah.
And compassion and understanding. But I don't take no excuses either.
Good for you.
We don't play no games. Like, when you're gonna start. All right, you ain't start. Since the last time I seen you, we ain't started. Today's a new day. What you gonna do tomorrow?
That is a phenomenal approach. Let's pull on this healthcare awareness string a little bit.
Okay.
What are the most common misconceptions people have about hair loss and scalp health?
That there's one cause and there's one solution.
Talk a little bit about that.
When they come and they ask me, can you tell me what's causing my hair loss? It is like they want me to tell them that magic problem that we're going to fix, and then here's this magic solution that's going to solve it. And that's usually never the case.
Mm-hmm.
It's usually a combination of stress, diet. It can be products, if you're using toxic products.
Yeah.
Mechanics, what you're doing to the hair,
mm-hmm.
the tools you're using
mm-hmm.
on the hair.
And just to define mechanics, you're talking about the process. If a person is getting a weave, how that process is actually executed.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. How that's done.
Mm-hmm.
What else? And then usually it's never one thing. I haven't seen it where it's one thing. Mm-hmm. It's usually a combination of things. And the hair loss they're experiencing, it may be medically related.
Yeah.
It may be hereditary. And when I mean by hereditary, it could be in their genes, but it also could be practices that they've inherited.
Sure.
From their mom and grandma, just practices that's been passed down. The same with our diets.
That's right.
Right? We thought that diabetes and hypertension and just certain diseases Black people were just prone to get.
Right.
But we negated
diet,
the foods that we put in our body that create these conditions.
That's right.
That we may be more of a consumer of.
That's right.
And then how we prepare the food. So it's usually a combination, and how I determine that or how I work that out with the customer is through the consultation. I talk to everybody, all new clients. And if they don't want to talk to me, then I don't want to do their hair. If you don't want to have a conversation.
Yeah. Good for you.
I don't want to work on your hair, because if I don't know who you are, I don't know what you've been through, and I don't know what your goals are, how am I going to help you?
Yeah. Yeah. Let's actually dig into that a little bit deeper.
Okay.
And this gets into the mechanics of how you actually operationalize your process. So in the consultation part of your business, so give us a little insight more into how you actually customize care plans for clients dealing with their different types of hair loss.
I ask them a large amount of uncomfortable. It can be uncomfortable for some people, mm-hmm. but very personal questions.
Okay.
I get in their business.
Mhm.
I ask them about the type of foods that they're eating. I ask them about the type of diseases that they have, and I don't mean like personal, but
Sure.
the usual ones.
Yeah.
Um, do you have any autoimmune diseases?
Yeah.
Because autoimmune diseases can attack the follicles.
Sure.
Do you have hypertension? If you got hypertension, what medications are you taking?
Right.
Through research, through a consultation with another client, we got on the internet and discovered that there are certain medications that can cause hypertension. And then of those medications, it's a certain dosage when you'll start seeing hair loss.
Really?
If you stay under it, you may not experience hair loss.
Wow.
And then there are certain medications that affect certain parts of the head, not even the whole head.
Mm-hmm.
So I talk about any health issues that they may have, the medications that they're on. If I've never heard of it, then I have to do my research to find out if it's been reported that hair loss is a side effect of it. I ask about their lifestyle. You know, how stressed would you say you are?
Mm-hmm.
What do you? I'm almost like a counselor, but I need to get as much information as possible. We talk about diet,
Mm-hmm.
and some people are sensitive about that because they may be on the heavier side, or honestly, they just don't like their body type. They
Mm-hmm.
don't like their weight.
Sure.
I'm not picking, but it's not even about your weight. There are certain foods that can create certain conditions in the body.
Mm-hmm.
And even though this person over here can eat a ton of it, this may be something that your body is saying we don't like.
Right.
And the conditions you have is just your body's response to exposure to that particular food. You know, like an allergy.
Sure.
Yes, delicious, but if you eat it, you're gonna stop breathing. Like, which one you want to do?
The choice is yours.
Right. And I mean, it could be something as simple as not causing them pain, it's not causing them itching, but it's making you blow up.
Right.
Or it's increasing inflammation in the body.
Right.
How that inflammation is showing up, it depends person to person.
Right.
But if it's affecting your hair, okay, maybe we need to let this go or just make some changes. So that's just one of the aspects. And then what's happened in the past?
Yeah.
What have you been doing to your hair? And I may ask, well, how did your hair react to it? And they look at me kind of funny. And it's like, well, if your hair was healthy at one point and after this it became straw,
sure,
did it get softer, or did it seem like it stunted its growth? Like, I have to learn about the client. Right. Now, depending on what's going on with them, they may have to be escalated to where they may need blood work.
Mm-hmm.
They need to get some labs done. And I may need to refer them to someone who is beyond, whose work is beyond the scope of what I can do, what I can legally do at my level.
Sure.
But these are people who are within my network where we work together. So if the referral physician says this is what needs to be done, then I work with that physician for that client's plan, and that's what we do.
Yes.
And during the course of that treatment, I log their process with pictures because I can't remember everybody. I can't. I'm not. And then, no, I don't know what it looked like a month ago. So we take pictures and they're logged into their profile. So I have a little CRM where I can track all that information.
Yeah.
And it keeps their pictures together. And I do a collage. We do side by side. I'm not going to tell you what I think it looked like. We're going to look at it together so that we both see the same thing. And then if we need to pivot, we pivot. And if you're seeing the progress that you want to see, we're going to stay the course. And after that point, we reassess and decide how we're going to move forward. So like maybe during the treatment, there are certain things that they could not do, certain services, or ways of styling their hair they could not do. Moving forward, we may be able to explore those because your hair and your scalp are in a healthier place and it can support what we're doing.
Exactly. That is such a holistic, integrated way of looking at healthcare. Extremely unique. I have not heard anyone taking this holistic approach to healthcare, to hair care, and healthcare.
Yeah.
So, and we're gonna go a little deeper on the technology side and customer relationship management systems, CRM systems. But before we go there, tell us, first of all, what IAT is, and then tell us how has your IAT certification elevated your understanding and credibility in the field of trichology?
Okay. So IAT is the International Association of Trichology. I took their hair practitioner class, and I think the name of it is really weird, but it doesn't just focus on hair loss. There are actual conditions that the hair itself can have. And taking that course exposed me to things that I had never heard of in cosmetology school. And with cosmetology school, there's no way we could cover all of that, plus all the aspects that's required.
Can you give us a few examples of some things that you found out during this coursework that you didn't learn in cosmetology school?
Inflammation, what inflammation looks like in the scalp. The difference between dry scalp and dandruff. The causes of certain, like other diseases of the scalp. When it's a fungus versus a bacteria. And don't ask me, I do not remember none of those medical terms. I'll have
You're doing a fine job. Fine job.
Okay. So, but they were able to provide like pictures of what this looked like from real case studies and not drawings. And there was the technical names for it. And then like one condition I found out that I had with my own hair.
Oh, wow.
Again, I don't remember the name, but it's a situation where the hair strand will pretty much tie a knot on itself.
Oh, wow.
And I thought it was so weird. When I would find them, I would just cut them. I never Googled it.
Sure.
But during that course is where I learned what was going on with my hair and why it was doing that, and that it was an actual condition of the hair.
Wow.
You know, there's miniaturization. Many women ask me, you know, my hair was so thick and coarse when I was young, and now that I'm older, it's so thin and fine. Where there was a segment of the course that we covered where they showed a hair strand magnified, and it actually showed where the hair strand was thick, and then it got really skinny, and then it got wide again, and it got skinny again. And those are kind of like indications where, you know how people, I don't know what they're called, arbor somebodies, but you know how they can read the rings of a tree.
Yeah, right.
To determine what happened to that tree.
Right.
Well, it was possible to look at the strand of the hair to kind of get an idea of what was going on at different periods. You know, and even when I'm styling someone's hair, I analyze their hair as a whole. And I comb it out and I look through it. And I can tell that certain things happened at certain points.
Sure.
You know, and then that gives me more questions to ask the client. Like, they may not be aware that just how much information their hair is telling them.
Yeah.
If they knew what they were looking at.
Exactly. Exactly. So unique. So unique.
Yeah. IAT helped me just to arm me with these tools so I have a better idea of what I'm looking at and what I'm dealing with. It's only so much that I can do at my level
Sure.
before I'm crossing the legal line.
Sure.
So it gave me a better idea of exactly what professional I need to refer my client to. I was just able to better help them and better guide them through achieving their hair goals.
That is, I keep saying the word phenomenal, but what you're doing is phenomenal. Let's talk a little bit about your IT background.
Okay.
So how did your background in IT inform the creation of your client intake and CRM system? And for those that don't necessarily understand what a CRM system is, you may want to explain that as well.
Sure. CRM is your customer relationship management system. And it is the system that you use to stay connected and engage with your customers. You can use this system for tracking their buying behavior. I use it as a way to know, to learn more about my client and what they're actually into. So when it comes to marketing, I'm not bothering them with items or services that I know don't mean anything to them, or that they don't like, or that they're not into. Another thing is you can track how often they come. You may find that you have some clients who are inconsistent. And you may want to encourage that, maybe the client that you want to contact to encourage more consistency, because it's also maybe the client who's experiencing problems that just doesn't seem to be resolving in a reasonable time frame. So that's what a CRM management system is. It helps you manage the relationship between you and your client. Absolutely. So how I use technology is, one, I didn't waste no time getting a website. I'm gonna tell you, when I first started, what was available to the public, that thing was ugly. All that was and then, but I'm the type of person that, like, here's what I have. What's out there that can help me do this better or make this better? And then I went to Wix, and then I went to another. Actually, I've done several websites, but it was a building process. The key is to start, like we talked about earlier. Just start.
Right.
So there was the website, and then I learned. I was using a whole lot of paper, all these forms and everything, and then I learned that there were ways for people to submit, like, these online forms.
Yeah,
they were easy to create.
So you, the IT professional, were using a lot of paper?
I was killing a whole lot of trees. So I started putting that stuff into the online form.
Yeah.
You know, the one where you can take intake forms, they can complete surveys, you can create an order form for yourself. So I added the form to the process. So once they get into the site, to streamline coming in, I added the intake form. Another thing was the booking site, because one thing that I do is, when I'm working on a client, I'm not on my phone all the time. I may not take the phone call.
Sure.
More than likely, I'm not taking a phone call.
Right.
If I'm doing a chemical service, I'm definitely not taking a phone call. I ain't finna tell, like, my stuff costs too much. I'm not finna mess that up with no chemicals.
Right.
So I would be missing opportunities to meet new clients. So that's where the booking system came from. So I did online booking, and the part where I had the form, there was an upgrade or new feature added to where I could link the website to the intake form, and then link it direct. When they completed the form, I can link it directly to the booking site. So they come to the site, fill out the form, go right to the calendar. They've booked their appointment. They've provided me the information I needed, booked their appointment, and I haven't had to talk on the phone. I haven't even spoken to this person yet.
Extremely efficient.
Yes, that was great. Now, of course, I've advanced this process since then, but that was the initial working that got me how I booked my clients.
Yeah.
Especially being able to connect with people that I hadn't actually spoke to, like, directly, or said, hi, my name is, and this is what I do.
Right.
You know, so I would say, and then I paid for marketing.
Okay.
And I'm gonna tell you the real short of this. I refused to pay for marketing for probably the first 8 months of my business.
Okay.
And I had
why is that?
Huh?
Why?
I don't know. I was being cheap. Poor man's mentality. Just that poor man's mentality. I wasn't making much money, so I'm like, I just don't have it. I mean, when I think back on it, I sound so dumb. I don't have it right now.
Not dumb. You just didn't know.
But it really was a poor man's mentality. I thought I wasn't making enough to afford marketing, but marketing is what was going to give me the traffic to be able to afford not only marketing, but some other things.
Exactly.
Right. And two things. This kid called me at every single appointment at the very time he said he was going to call me over the course of those 8 months. Every time this man called me, he knew something new about my business.
Wow.
Something new about my business. And he was showing me how what he offers could.
This was a marketer?
To promote. Yeah.
Okay.
To promote what I had going on, this new thing he learned about me. So then I had this other friend who had he been with me the whole time from the very start. Actually, before I even came to the idea of becoming a beauty professional, we've been friends. And we had this conversation where I was contemplating closing my business because I'm like, it's not making me any money. I might need to get a job. And he asked me this one question. He said, have you done absolutely everything for your business? And in that moment, I had no response. All I could see in my head was big, bold, white letters that said no. And that kid came to mind. Like, this kid been trying to help you for 8 months now.
Yeah.
And you haven't given him a shot. And I said it out loud. I had to admit, like, no. And he said, I think before you shut down, I can't tell you what to do, but I think you should do that before you close the doors. And that's what I did. I followed up with that kid. I took his product. I used his product. I bought into his product.
Sure.
And I'll say within 1 month, I'll be honest, I went from making maybe $1,000 a month to over $4,000 by the very next month.
It works.
Yes. Yes, it does. And I could have kicked myself so hard in the butt, but I appreciated the lesson learned.
Yeah.
Because there was a lot about myself I learned. Some insecurities that I still had I needed to work through. And it was a exercise of faith. And really seeing how much, because of what I had put into place, that marketing gave an opportunity for me to see it really does work.
Absolutely.
It really is a good thing. And from that point forward, the prayer that I had where, I want to replace my income as a computer system specialist by that next year, I had done that.
Congratulations. Dionysia, I have about 1,000 questions to ask you, but only have about 3 minutes left. So tell me what's next for your brand, any exciting expansions or services that you have on the horizon?
Sharing my system with as many beauty professionals as possible. I believe in our segment of the beauty industry, we are some of the best beauty professionals in the game and some of the most underpaid. And because there is a disconnect between being a hairstylist and them realizing that you are a business.
That's right.
And you need to conduct yourself like a business.
That's right.
And just because you're small doesn't mean you can't do big things. And you can have this system. And I set this system up 10 years ago. That's how long it's been working for me.
Phenomenal.
To the point that I was able to stop paid marketing with that particular company. I haven't done that with them in 4 years, and I haven't had to. And I'm still being found.
Right.
Through the use of technology.
Right.
And that's what's on the horizon, is helping as many beauty professionals as possible in my industry do the same thing for their business.
Excellent. What's one piece of advice you wish you had when you were first starting your entrepreneurial journey?
One piece of advice: study marketing. It don't matter what skill set you have. It doesn't matter how good you are at it. If people don't know,
that's right.
Study marketing. Learn as much as you can about it. And
awesome.
It's still come later.
Awesome piece of advice for aspiring beauty entrepreneurs. What's the most important mindset shift they need to make to be successful?
Just do it. I'm serious.
Yeah.
Just do it.
Yeah.
Be okay being wrong. It's okay to fail.
Right.
As long as you take the lesson. But just do it. Don't make up in your head what will succeed and what will fail. Find out.
Absolutely.
And it's okay to say, I don't know. Do your research. Don't be scared to read. I don't care if you don't like reading, it's necessary.
It's fundamental.
Read. Learn as much as you can.
Right.
Study your craft and study marketing. And whatever it is you want to do, do it.
Absolutely. Dionysia, for those that want to learn more about you, learn more about your business, how can they get in contact with you?
They can get in contact with me by visiting Dionysia.com. And that is DYNIECIA.com. My consultant side of the business is accessible from there, as well as Health and Hair and Wellness Hair Loss Center. That is going to be the easiest, fastest way to find me.
Excellent. Dionysia Barnes, this has been an absolute pleasure speaking with you today. And remember, genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
We sure will. Y'all have a wonderful day.
You too. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. I'll read that again. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below and type $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. That is www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for April 2025. Suede Soul, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, and Artistic App Design. Remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
Art to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought, that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. You know, people ask me, why do I do pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
The African company and the African CEO is making a conscious decision to bring on someone external to the continent versus bringing on someone who is from Ghana or Kenya or South Africa. And so the skill sets of the people that we take through our executive leadership training program and ultimately on the placement, obviously have to be extremely high caliber. So what we look for are corporate executives at the vice president to C-suite level, as well as Black entrepreneurs. When we look at the Black corporate executives, we're looking for some very specific skill sets, whether that be around supply chain, sales and marketing, engineering, product development. We want our folks to be able to add immediate value to the corporate board, right? And the other thing is, even if they don't necessarily have specific industry experience, they're bringing a diversity of thought.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Henri Ward. I am your business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our fireside chat today is with Dr. Alexis Pertereau-Weeks. Dr. Alexis Pertereau-Weeks, known globally as Dr. Privacy, is a leading expert in data privacy, cybersecurity, and regulatory compliance with over 25 years of experience. He holds a Juris Master in privacy and cybersecurity law, a doctorate in information security, and multiple top industry certifications, including CISM, CISA, CRISC, and DPPSE. As founder and CEO of Dr. Privacy.us and co-founder of CyberMinds Research Institute, he advises governments, corporations, and nonprofits on ethical data practices, privacy engineering, and digital risk governance. A passionate advocate for privacy as a human right, he mentors emerging professionals and champions access to cybersecurity education in underserved communities. Please welcome Dr. Alexis Pertereau-Weeks.
Mr. Ward, how are you today? Thanks for having me on the show.
I am outstanding. First of all, did I pronounce your name correctly?
You did it right.
As someone who also has a French basis to their name, I know how people can mess that up.
That is true. That is true.
So great to have you today. So we are actually talking about a topic that is near and dear to my heart, particularly around cybersecurity. So let's get into it. What inspired you to dedicate your life's work to data privacy and cybersecurity?
I think what inspired me is just the understanding that many individuals today don't understand how data is being used, right? We are in an environment where it's easy to just share information freely.
Mm-hmm.
So the ability to be able to connect globally, it's profound now than it was before.
Absolutely.
So when we look at some of the consideration based on research and some incident we've had in the past, where many organizations are not good stewards of data. And I think from our customers, they're also not aware of the implication of how their data is being used.
Yes.
So that was what kind of drove my research when I kind of get started in the process. And privacy from an implication long term, I think many customers are not really in tune with some of the rights that they have. So we've seen a lot of efforts, whether it's in the across the board in Europe, where privacy is more of a fundamental rights compared to our process in the US, where it's more sectorial. So in the US, we tend to be targeted, banking, healthcare, corporate, children privacy. Many customers are not really as in tune as they should be.
Absolutely.
So, but that is changing.
Yeah, absolutely. So in Europe, you've got GDPR that certainly helps from that perspective. How did your background in law, technology, and executive leadership shape your data privacy brand?
So for me,
Doctor privacy brand.
So my Dr. Privacy brand is something that I've been working on. Hopefully in a couple of months, I'll have the US patent approve my trademark with us. But I think I've always been a technologist at heart. So I come up from, fixing PCs, having an understanding how things work and understanding what is driving technology. So when I started, I've always had a desire to get into law. So I had a older relative of mine who was a queen counsel who kind of influenced my path into law. And I've always had that desire from a very young age. And being able to marry both of those today, when you look at privacy regulation, GDPR, CCPA, and other regulation in the States, I think it allows me to kind of walk into that room, as I would say, and wear multiple hats, right? Able to understand it from a legal perspective, understand it from a regulatory perspective, and having actually done it hands-on. So that brings a unique quality to any discussion that you may have, because you can have a room full of lawyers who may understand the technology side or the law side, but not understand deep understanding of the technology side. And I've always had desire, when I walk into the room, I want to be the sharpest tool. I want to know what you know, and I want to be able to communicate with multiple people, but then also be able to strategically drive initiative in the organization and understand the implication of data processing, how it aligns with organizational objectives, and being able to keep us in compliance regulatory.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And the adjacencies between the cybersecurity technology piece and the GRC, the governance, risk, and compliance piece, is absolutely critical. Can you describe a pivotal moment in your 25-year career that helped define your mission?
Definitely. So I think a pivotal point I've always talked about my mentor, Dr. Fernando Martinez. He was very instrumental in me shaping my career. He was a mentor, someone that I worked with starting back in 2007 at an organization in Broward. And he had a master's degree. I went and got a master's degree. He got a doctorate degree. I got a doctorate degree because I was kind of emulating the thing that he was doing. And when you kind of look at certain type of leadership and you try to emulate that. So, we've talked about this on the show many times, the importance of mentorship and being able to find people who strategically align in terms of where you want to go. And I remember having a conversation with him where he challenged the entire IT organization about getting certified. There were 120 people that was in the organization at the time. And then his desire was like, the organization is willing to pay for anyone who want to go get certified. Many people don't have the opportunity to be able to do that. And I just took it upon myself to went out and not just picked up one, but 3 of the certification for ISACA at the time. He was also a part of ISACA, so that kind of brought the leadership perspective into focus. And it allowed me to kind of emulate some of the stuff that he was doing. He sat on my board when I did my doctoral defense. He's someone who, whenever I'm making career strategic decisions now, I still reach out to him every day.
Outstanding. Outstanding. So you have 2 terminal degrees, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I'm a double doctor, as my friends would say. And hopefully I'll pick up the JD soon. My thing is always about knowledge. I have a desire to learn, and law has been one of those areas that has fascinated me for a long time. I love reading Supreme Court cases and understand the logical arguments and just the understanding of how the legal profession works. But what you don't know will get you in trouble.
Absolutely.
So being able to understand your rights and fundamental decisions around data or otherwise, it's something I've always challenged.
Absolutely. Let's dig in a little bit on the compliance side.
Sure.
What are the biggest challenges organizations face when trying to comply with global regulations like GDPR, HIPAA, and CCPA. And then I would also add into that the payments regulations as well.
Yeah. So I think some of the biggest thing most organizations don't want to take the steps that are required, because most organizations see compliance as an impediment to success.
That's right.
So when you look at it from the perspective of being an impediment, it becomes challenging for you to execute and be able to align that. So there's a misnomer, for example, in our industry that says, you always see an organization tend to find money after an incident. I don't know whether it's intentionally or not, but just being able to understand an organization have a data breach, and the $5 million that you were trying to ask for as a CISO or C-level executive, all of a sudden becomes important.
That's right.
So if there is an option where you think, I am not going to get hit, you don't need to take those steps. And, IT being a cost center and not a revenue generated side of a business, it becomes challenging because you have to spend that money in order to be compliant. And compliant is that thing that you want to have in place prior to an incident. Like I always tell organizations, before 3-letter organization come to your door, there is an expectation that you have specific things in place. So an organization may have policies and procedures. Policies and procedures are not going to prevent an incident, but it would really establish that baseline when should you have an incident, because the first thing they're going to look at is whether you have policies and procedures and whether you are following your own policies and procedures. And that comes into play when it comes to even looking at fines, whether you look at HIPAA, PCI. So PCI is a unique situation in the sense that most organizations or entities don't like regulation.
Right.
So PCI was one of those standards where a group of organizations came together and said, hey, we're going to establish the standards before government come in and regulate, that we establish those standards. And if you look at it from a regulation perspective, a customer is only responsible for a small amount of a transaction that may be similar. You lose your credit card. Somebody put $10,000 in it before, the obligation would have been with you as a customer, there's a minimum amount, whether there's $50 or some specific amount that you are responsible for. So what is happening is that, the bank would get a hit. They would have to go through investigation to determine what happened. What they're going to do now is that for an organization that accepts credit card payments, they're going to establish specific rules you need to have, how your network need to get set up. They need to be segregated from the regular network. They need to have a network that may be specifically designed to handle credit card transactions. And the security around that is different than if you have a web server. So some of these things that kind of drive that. Same thing with HIPAA. When you look at it from a HIPAA perspective, having worked in healthcare for more than 10 years, I think one of the things that continue to kind of be a unique thing in the back of my mind is that the hospital have a lot of control over your data. And you as a customer really don't have as much control as you think you do.
That's right.
Because they're the one who control your data within the system. But when the regulation was put in place, there was that expectation that you should be able to port your data and go to a different doctor, go to a different hospital, and have your data to be able to present. The challenge there is when marketplace and different things need to get set up, most organizations were not doing the things that is required to be able to do it.
That's right.
You still walk into a physician office today and they're doing stuff by paper. I'm not saying paper is bad, but there is a control around if it's not online, it won't be hacked, as some people would say.
Yeah, absolutely. And the discussion that we just had about PCI DSS from a payments perspective, extremely important. Can you delve a little bit into kind of the cybersecurity insurance part that corporate boards, have to deal with?
Yes. So I'm a board advisor for an organization in Palm Beach. And, we had to have a conversation around that exact same topic. And I think one of the things that board have to deal with is the same thing, just like you're having commercial entities and being able to understand where the risk exists. So when I think of cybersecurity insurance, I think of it like car insurance. The intention of the car insurance providers is not to take care of that coverage when you have an incident. I'm going to be honest here.
They're a business.
I'm going to be honest here.
They're a business. That's right.
So when you think of cyber insurance, the same fundamental things that people keep understanding, that they're going to send you a questionnaire.
Yep.
They're going to ask you, are you doing A, B, C, D as it relates to your maturity of your network, where your data is kept? Do you have it on-prem? Is it provided by a gateway provider?
Yep.
Do you have your network segmented for your swipe, even your basic machine that someone would walk up and put a car in?
That's right.
Is it a clean desk? Do you have clean desk policies? Can somebody take a copy of it, right? Do you accept credit card payment through the emails and other things like that?
Yep.
So when you go out and get that insurance, those are the things that they're going to look at. They're going to look at the maturity of your network and what you're doing to protect credit card data in your environment and how it is being communicated. If you fail that part, like I said at the onset, you're going to get denied when that claim come in.
That's right.
They're going to be looking at not only your level of maturity, but are you following your own policies and procedures and best practice to collect credit card data? And that goes back to an argument we always make around data privacy, where there's a whole process around data minimization, right? Only collect that which you need and only maintain it for the duration for which is compliant or you're required. But you need to have process in place where that data, you got to be able to age it out.
That's
Many
right.
organizations today, even right here in Florida, we had an organization that went out of business recently for that same purpose, right? Where they were collecting information on background checks and kept that data beyond the scope of that. But staying specifically from within the credit card field, I think it's evolving. Many organizations today, compliance is one of those things. You can outsource the compliance responsibility, but your obligation as an organization never changes.
That's exactly right.
You're still responsible for whether you have a third party who is doing your processing. If they get breached, it's your responsibility.
That's right.
First, you cannot pass that obligation on to them. It could be a shared responsibility, but the ultimate responsibility is yours as the having that relationship with the customer to be able to notify that customer that there was a breach to the sensitive information.
And that is so important to organizations, particularly a lot of small to mid-sized businesses don't necessarily understand. Many times when an SMB is going to become a contractor to a larger corporation, or even a subcontractor, those larger corporations will require they have cyber insurance. And, part of that questionnaire is going to be, do you have processes in place for threat detection, right? Do you have something in place where you're looking at scanning your network and your website on a particular interval? And to your point earlier, insurance companies are in the business to make money, right? And so they're all about risk abatement. Yes. And so if you don't necessarily have all the things in place that from their perspective you need in order to reduce their risk, they're not going to pay the claim. And unfortunately, a lot of businesses, small and large, really don't pay attention to that until they get breached or they get ransomware, and the insurance company says to them, "Well, here are all the things that we expected you to have. You did not have, and you did not have. Therefore, we are denying your claim."
Yep. And we see that all the time, right? Sure. I think small businesses today, there is this notion that I'm not going to get hit. I'm too small. Why would somebody want to come after me?
That's right.
But what we have seen over the last couple of years, not only just ransomware, but phishing.
Yes.
So we've seen many organizations who, I would say, give away hundreds of thousands of dollars just by negligence, basic mistakes, and not having appropriate control in place to validate that transaction, right? You have to be able to go back to the point where you say, even if Henry send me a request to pay something, I should still be able to validate it with Henry as a secondary, or maybe I go talk to Tom or you set a certain level of approval level for me, but if it's $500,000 or $1 million, maybe you needed to do a second authentication. I think what happens in the industry today, we have this fear where you need to do it immediately. So if you're an admin and the CEO call you and say, hey, you need to do A or B, like immediately you take action, right? Because there was this power dynamics between your role and that executive leadership. But I think training can overcome that, where you just not only just challenge everything, but be mindful of that act.
Right.
You will be asking me to switch out the company's banking information for a new vendor. Or what is the checks and balance, right? Before that transaction is actually executed.
Right.
But small business, they don't have the resources.
Right.
There's many facilities. The SBA have stuff, nonprofit organization like CyberMinds. We have expertise from industry who can kind of work with those organizations and kind of, create roadmaps and do different things for them as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Pulling on this this global privacy and compliance string a little bit. Let's talk about non-US businesses. So how do emerging laws in the Caribbean and Latin America differ from more established regulations?
Sure. I think when we look at the regulation within Caribbean and Latin America, I think they're a mimic of more developed countries, I would say. Because when you look at their privacy regulation, many of them have regulation on the books, but the challenge is whether you have the ability to execute those. Supervisor authorities in place. St. Kitts, for example, where I'm from, have something on the book.
It's a beautiful island, by the way.
Yes, thank you. Whether you have the ability to actually execute and have supervisory authority. We're seeing it in Jamaica, Trinidad, and many places across Latin America. When we look at the research, we can see there is a maturity in those organizations because online transaction is up. Individuals are online doing a lot of e-commerce and other types of business. So the exposure is the same. I think when we look at it from some of those organizations, even when you look at Brazil, for example, the challenge that you have, whether privacy is a fundamental right or whether privacy is an add-on, right? In the US, like we were saying before, it's not a fundamental right. So there's no federal regulation that guides that. So many states are doing that. And then for the smaller developed countries, the ability to execute, even if there was an incident, or hold an organization accountable. In Europe, you can say that because there is the whole European Union operating as a block. So if you're Nike and you have a problem in France, you just can't go to Germany and just open up shop. In other smaller countries, you probably can do that because there is no there's not a unified front when it comes to protection of data. So each one still have their own regulation that they're actually pursuing. But even when you read their regulation, it's similar to what has been done before. Because when you think of privacy, US was doing privacy since the 70s.
That's right.
But it is not at the point where we can say that they stop at the federal level, right? But Latin America and Caribbean, they're just coming onto their own. And as more organizations go there and they get much bigger, the importance of protecting data there, it's going to be easy. There's many organizations that go and operate there and don't follow the appropriate laws, and data is just leaving. So if you really want to come and make an investment, keep the data there. Because if you go to Germany and do it, they want you to keep their data there. If you go to China or Russia or other things, why should your data be hosted someplace else and you have no control over how that's going to be used?
Absolutely. In a previous life, I headed global product management for a fintech organization. And I remember GDPR rules specifically in the EU, in which we were hosting our data, although we were a global enterprise, we were hosting all of our data in the United States. And because of GDPR, and for those who are not aware of kind of the regulatory soup around naming, general data privacy regulations, specifically regarding Europe, we had to repatriate all of our data that we were hosting in the United States. At this particular time, it was for the UK.
Yep.
So we had to repatriate, meaning we had to take all of the data that we were hosting on servers in the United States and transport that data over to servers in the UK, such that all of that data would be hosted only on UK servers. And so, yeah, data privacy is huge. And unfortunately, to your point, the United States takes more of a federalist approach, meaning a states' rights approach in which each state regulates its own kind of data privacy laws. And it's interesting that you talk about that in terms of the Caribbean and Latin America as well. So from your perspective, what does it mean to go beyond compliance? Sure. And why is that so important in today's digital world?
So I think the idea of going beyond compliance is that you're not working towards just doing stuff to meet compliance, right? As an organization, if you've been around 50, 60 years, an incident can destroy the reputation, and people may not just do business with you at all. So compliance tends to be one of the things that drive a lot of activity that organizations have to do every day. But it depends on whether you're an organization that is regulated or not. For example, if we look at what happened with GDPR, when GDPR went into effect in 2018, I was in the EU. So my doctoral research was looking at privacy regulation, GDPR, CCPA, and LGDP. So I've been to all of the European Union entities in Brussels that was driving the conversation at that time. So I think going beyond compliance is the approach where we start having this conversation around doing things that you need to do. If you're going to process customers' data, do it in a transparent manner, being open. If you say you're collecting my data just to do A, just do A. Right. What is happening today with the advancements in technology and the lack of regulations, organizations collect your data with the intention of not staying within compliance and using it for the purpose that it was collected. That's where many organizations getting challenged today.
Sure.
If you go back to the example that you raised, it's not just the fact that the data was being posted in the U.S., was the fact that the U.S. was considered an inadequate country from a data processing and perspective.
That's right.
Because EU didn't look at it as a data processing and sovereignty for the EU data, there was a challenge in terms of you having the data here. Right. But not only just having it here, but it's the fact that individuals from the US or non-EU citizen is having access to that data, which is going to be a compliance challenge that you would have to deal with.
Absolutely.
So moving that data back to the UK allow you to be able to do that. The challenge where some people still fail is that you may move the data to the UK, but you still have US engineers supporting that architecture.
That's exactly right.
So are you really meeting compliance? And I've had challenges with that with legal counsel many times in terms of operation that we need to set up. So you need to having that conversation around the data protection activity for the region and data protecting activity of who's going to have access to that data and being able to manage it. Because in Europe, data is not that much of a commodity like it is in the US.
Sure.
In the US, there's many people who we don't have a relation with who's processing our data.
That's right.
And when they get a breach, you're like, how did this company have my data? Like, I have no relationship with them. But when you do data processing in the US, that is what happened, right?
Your data gets sold
all over the other way, right? So, but many companies are trying to meet that compliance need through architecture. Like, cloud providers, you can specifically request that your data is replicated and just remains in the US, if you wanted to do that.
Right. Outstanding. How does your concept of privacy as a human right impact global privacy policy and enforcement?
So when you think of privacy, we think of it from law, right? But in law, there's a legal basis in property, for example. So if you look at the argument today, many of the argument within a data privacy landscape is between those who believe I should give you access to those who believe you should own or have the right to your data. Because once the legal basis of the right of ownership is established, then you can go back to case law and have a different conversation if you look at your data like property. Because property has already been established from a legal basis of ownership. So even if you look at it from a CCPA perspective, one of the things that the folks was thinking there was to looking at, I own the data. I should be able to tell you what you can do and not do with my data.
Right.
So if we can establish that basis, then things will be a little bit more different. Even like when I did my research, one of the things that we determined is even when you give people enough knowledge, they still would get their data exposed.
That's right.
So then just ask for my ability to do that than to just use a data that either I may give Henry my data. I give my data to Henry, but I didn't tell Henry that he can give it to Paul, or Paul to have an AI system now being trained and all the data that Henry have. Even if your argument is that, oh, let's say Henry is a physician, and I can do this correlation within our community to look at sickle cell disease or other things that may benefit our community. One of the things that we've seen, those who've had access to that data in the past have not been honest with it. Right. And then we have many examples of folks who had advanced research done off of individuals within the community without our consent as well.
What's interesting is the fact that many people either don't know or don't care when they sign up for social platforms, Facebook, X, or Instagram. What they don't realize is they are the product.
If it is free, you are the product. And we've heard that many times. And I'm not advocating to not use those platforms. I think there is things that you can do that kind of limit your risk and exposure. I'm a trust and verify kind of guy.
Right.
So many of those organizations are not on my highest list of folks that I like to have my data on. Because when you really think of how data is used in those areas, it's challenging to say the least. But for some people who want to do that, and we've seen a new uptick with TikTok and other organizations like that, we are complaining about your data going to China, but then the other people who has the social media they're doing worse than it just being sitting in China, right? From my perspective. And when you start looking at the dynamics of that, goes back to the fundamental of data. What is the value of data for these organizations? They're built on, like if you remember early days, you would go and sign up a form and the consent would automatically be checked.
Right.
Like most people are not even reading the policies. I go on a plane now while I'm on Delta and I'm reading the policy. And I'm like, maybe I may not use the internet for this time for whatever the case is. But not only were they getting data related to activities that you're doing, we have to go back and look at stuff around cookie consent. And the fact that when you use those on your device, they drop a cookie and they see all the other things not related to activities in their platform.
You may want to explain to the audience the concept of a cookie.
So we think of cookie, and we're not talking about Cookie Monster and Sesame Street. It's not that kind of cookie. But we're talking about a little tracker or something that can drop on your computer. Let's say you go to one of the social media that you mentioned before. Some of them have APIs, so application programming interface, that they may share with other organizations where data is being collected for activities that you're doing. So we're seeing a lot of push. Like GDPR talk about consent. If I go to your website, before you start dropping a cookie on my computer, you need to give me the ability to acknowledge whether I want certain types of cookies to be dropped on my computer to track me. Because then many of the activities is not necessary for me to use the site. So we come back to the notion of necessarily for you to be able to operate on that website. So when an organization like things that even when you're listening, so let's say we go back to an example whereby you want to buy a new pair of shoes. And you start going to all of these different websites and do different things. Then all of a sudden, you log into that one social media organization, and then you start seeing the same advertisements and stuff for shoes. And you're like, man, how did they know that I'm looking for a pair of Nike shoes? Right? That's because many of the sites and other things that you were using feeds the algorithm to them. And then they say, oh, well, Henry was looking for shoes, so why don't I just show him advertisement for shoes?
That's
and
right.
I'm like, no, I was looking for shoes on that site. I'm here to just connect with my friends now on social media. Why am I seeing stuff related to that? Even you can have the same thing even with listening devices that many people have in their house, right? Like Ring devices. I would not have a Ring device in my house. It's a great tool. Many people use it.
It's always on.
Always on. Not only is it always on, it's sharing information for people without your consent. Or they may give you ability to accept consent, but you really don't know how it's used beyond you think, oh, just my neighbor is going to know I'm going to sign up for a community thing and we all sharing. Everybody knows that. Right. And same thing with 23andMe for the DNA organization that is going through bankruptcy now.
Outstanding conversation, Dr. Perdoa Weeks. Let's shift into the area of cybersecurity.
Sure.
So what are some of the most common gaps you see in organizations' cybersecurity strategies?
So I think some of the common gap is understanding the risk, right? Another one would be understanding whether your data exists within the boundary of your organization. If you don't know where your data exists, you can't know what data is important enough, or if you don't have classification to know, the type of data and who have access to that data and what happened when data is leaving your organization. Because I do a trust and verify, I always assume that someone's going to steal your data unless you can prove otherwise. And I always believe that the individual with the highest amount of access represent the most risk. They may be the most beneficial to your organization, but you need to still have things in place that would put things into perspective. Edward Snowden was a prime example. If you are the one managing the system and you can download the data and you can clear the logs, then the system is not designed right. So you should not be able to clear the logs or cover your track, right? It needs to be a situation where the data is, as they would say, if you're going to go to court, you have to be in a legal way for you to show that it has not been changed. So that risk itself is that if you're going to depend on a user to not click a link, they're going to click on the link.
Absolutely.
So you need to have the control and to prevent the clicking on the link. And if they do click on the link, find a way to do that. So many of it is going to come down to education. How are you training the individuals in your organization to know that everyone is a part of the process? Security is not just an IT responsibility or function. The person who's checking the IDs coming in, the person who's cleaning. Because if you compromise those people, then they can get into your business. Even the cleaning company, either low-end staff, you may think that, but they have access to the executive room.
That's right.
Imagine if I can let somebody come in that and then just pop something in the USB and you don't have nothing to block that, right? I can drop a Trojan or something to do a backdoor to those system.
That's right.
So technology is evolving. And what organizations need to understand is how are we going to mitigate some of those challenges as we try to move fast? Like many organizations are trying to move fast because we want to have first mover advantage.
That's right.
And that is key for an organization to be beneficial. But what you don't want to do is kill your reputation for small things that you could have done.
Exactly. And since we've got business owners on this channel, you may want to explain first movers advantage and why that's important, but also the security risk associated with that.
Sure. So there is many, I would say, program management and agile methodology that individual may talk about. So you move fast, you fail very quickly. The challenge is that may be different based on the industry that you serve. Because if you do, what I call it the click next syndrome, where many organizations, for example, trying to move to the cloud without knowing haven't really done an implication or an assessment of the type of data we should move. So there is advantage of being in the cloud, the benefit of not having architecture that you need to spend hours of getting budget and approve and being able to do that. But then you go to a developmental cycle where somebody leaves something exposed.
Right.
And then Google find it. And then you're like, oh my God, it was not supposed to be there. Why is this database server exposed? And now the risk to your reputation is now tarnished while you're trying to move fast. So the question is whether you move slowly and be secure, or whether you move fast by not doing things. You can move fast and put the controls around what you do as well. So I'm not saying that approach should be negated, but I think the challenges of not understanding the risk of moving fast and what it can in the impact on the business, you got to be able to find a way to manage those together.
Absolutely. Being first to market is important, but if you're first to market and you're leaving yourself exposed,
then you'll be out of business with the first event.
Absolutely. I've got a ton of more questions for you, and unfortunately, not a whole lot of time. But I do want to get a couple of more questions in. How can companies embed privacy by design into their digital transformation initiatives?
So, privacy by design is a concept out of doctor out of Canada that kind of proposed this, Dr. Provoking, years ago. The privacy by design approach is you need to have privacy as part of the original development and every phase and cycle of the process. So if you are not in a process to be able to look at privacy by design as not being something that you do privacy as an add-on. So when privacy is an add-on, what happens is that you build a widget and then you add privacy to it later. So the privacy by design approach enables us to be in a process where at the onset of a project, where we're discussing it on paper, there is conversation around what data you're doing, what's the processing, who are you sharing with. All of those things are being considered at the onset of the project, as opposed to waiting to the end, and you're designing privacy into everything that you're doing throughout the life cycle of the development.
Outstanding. We unfortunately are coming to the end of our time. If people want to get more information about you, about your services, how can they reach you?
You can reach me on LinkedIn, the one social media that I use. So you can search for my name, Dr. Alexis Pedro Weeks, or you can search for Dr. Privacy, you'll find me. You could also find me on drprivacy.us as well, to be able to share values and share experience. Or they can reach out to the team at Black Business Expo and set up a conversation.
Outstanding. Dr. Alexis Pedro Weeks, this has been a phenomenal conversation. We thank you so much for your time. And remember, genius is common. We'll see you on the other side.
And thanks for the time today.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. The Expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. That is www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below and type $BBX USA. That's $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We also want to thank our Black Business Expo sponsors for April. Those sponsors include Suede Soul, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Creative 4 Studios, Lee Entertainment, and Artistic App Design. Remember, genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
When you hear the word extraordinary, what words come to mind? Outstanding, above and beyond, yes, way above average, amazing, huge, right? Well, here's what I want to tell you. The only difference between ordinary and extraordinary is extra.
The only difference between hot water and boiling water is 1 degree.
You see, at 211 degrees, water's hot, right? 212 degrees, it boils.
With boiling water comes steam. With steam,
you can power a train. 1 degree. The only difference between winning and losing is belief.
The only difference between a person living their full potential
and not reaching your full potential is desire.
Continue adding that little extra in your community. There's a difference between success and significance. Success is adding value to yourself. Significance is adding value to other people.
The question you have to ask yourself there is, how can I add value to them? So you have to be intentional about how you're going to add value to that person. Everybody wants to know that you have something good planned for them.
1, 2, 3, down.
See, there are 2 guys that decided to take lunch. They were factory workers. And they sat down, and one guy reached in his lunch pail, and he pulled out a sandwich.
And he looked at it and he says, oh my God, this is another bologna sandwich. He goes,
I don't want another bologna sandwich. I hate bologna. Why do I keep having bologna sandwiches?
His friend said, come on, man, just relax. He says, it's going to be okay. He says, next time, tell your wife, don't fix you a bologna sandwich, and it'll be okay.
He said, leave my wife out of this. I fix my own lunch every day.
You see, the bologna that we have in our life, we pack it.
The bologna that we pack in our lunch pail, we put it there.
The question is, what bologna are you packing in your lunch pail every day? What bologna are you packing with you from last year into this year? And what bologna are you going to pack from this year into next year?
This young lady right here, I got married when I was 19. She was 17, senior at Washington Marion High School. We didn't want bologna in our lives forever. We decided to live a life of significance and give back to our community that helped us every day. Not every other day, not some days, not most days, but every day to give back to someone else.
The harder you fall, the higher you bounce back.
How hard is it to land on the front cover of a top-tier global publication? The answer may surprise you. If you are a business owner, industry leader, speaker, author, or coach, this is your opportunity to get featured in a publication that reaches worldwide. We want to be able to tell your story, showcase your brand. We have made it so easy. All you have to do is answer a few questions and tell us a little bit about your business, and we'll take care of the rest. But why get featured? 1, it gives you massive exposure to a global audience. 2, it helps to boost your credibility in your authority in your industry. And 3, it helps you to expand your network and unlock opportunities. Now, right now, we are offering a special limited time offer. You can be seen by over 10,000 viewers and readerships each month. So don't wait. This is your time to elevate your business and get featured. All you have to do is click the link below and get started today.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me,
Dr. Eric Kelly III and the host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Good afternoon. Our speaker for today is Troy.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Henri Ward. I am your business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, our host will be Troy Richardson. Troy is a licensed financial professional educator, international speaker, and media executive with a distinguished background in leadership, including service in the U.S. Air Force, where he was mentored by senior Pentagon officials. As CEO of RCG Media and RCG Richardson Consulting Group, he leads initiatives in media production, financial empowerment, and community engagement. With over 30 years of experience and $400 million in generated revenue, I bring you Troy Richardson.
Wow, thank you so much for those kind words. Really know how to make a brother feel welcome at the Black Business Olympics, man.
Absolutely.
Appreciate you. And, you know, today I'm going to be speaking with a young lady who is just phenomenal with the community work that she's doing. As we bring her in, Miss Josephine Masick, AKA Miss JoJo. Welcome, Miss JoJo. How are you?
I'm well. How art thou? And actually, the last name is Mazik.
Mazik.
Yeah.
Thank you. That only proves I'm only human, just like you, right?
Yeah, not a problem at all.
Absolutely. Mazik. I love that better than the way I said it anyway.
Thank you.
Ms. JoJo, let's get into this because you're a fascinating woman, entrepreneur, just doing so much in the community. Can you just take us back to childhood, right? Because we want to know this journey, like what made you who you are today. So where did you grow up and what was life like for you as a child?
So I'm originally from Charleston, South Carolina. I grew up in a 2-parent household, but my parents were very, very young. My mom had me at 15, and then she married my stepdad. But he's my dad because he's all I've known. They got married at 18. So I like to say we kind of all grew up together, but it's very communal, very tight knit. Like we lived right around the corner from my grandma. When I was 6, we moved into my paternal my dad's mom's house so we could help take care of her as she got older. So it was just a very communal upbringing. Had lots of friends. We play outside a lot. Lots of games. And just a slower way of being. Like my family always encouraged me to just be curious. I was allowed to ask questions and not get chastised for any questions. And apparently I used to have a lot of questions.
Okay, now growing up in Charleston, right? I know you learned a lot from your parents and you know the close-knit community, but at what point did you start to get that yearning for something more than Charleston had to offer? Like when did you start to get that feeling like there's something out there for me?
So we traveled a lot in my childhood. We did a lot of road trips, like up and down the East Coast. And I was also a bookworm, as people like to say. So I studied a lot. So my teachers and everyone always said that, oh, you're going to go to college and it's probably not going to be here. And so once I hit high school, we started going to tour different colleges. So I came up, I went to Georgetown, like all the DC area schools. I toured Ohio State, couple of North Carolina spaces. And it was there when I realized that, oh, I'm probably not gonna be in Charleston for long. And I did try to go back once I graduated from college. I ended up, I landed at Georgetown University, and I did try to go back home the summer after I graduated from college. And my parents were like, Charleston is the place for retirement. You're going to go back to the DC area and figure out life. And if it doesn't work, then you can always come home, but you're not going to start home. And that was pretty much how I ended up coming to this area. I met my best friend my senior year of college, and her parents had a home in Alexandria with a spare bedroom. And so they allowed me to stay there for like $200 a month, which they gave back to me when it was time for me to move out and get my own space. So I had a little nest egg of about $5,000 when it was time to go get my own apartment. And so it's just been this continuous like notion of me wanting to know more about the world, and the adults around me saying like, okay, go get it. So I'd like to say that because I knew I had that safety net, I would just try to do anything. And that's pretty much worked out and been successful for me.
I mean, that is an incredible support structure from your parents having the insight to tell you your path. You're going to go there. You're going to figure out life. Then this is here for you. It will always be here for you. And to hear that, that's profound, honestly, that parents could actually give you that direction and your independence, recognizing that my baby girl, she's going to handle herself. Let's let her go, and she's going to do it. And then your best friend, and it's not coincidence, that I believe it's purpose, that spare room was always going to be there for Miss JoJo, because, you know, we just know that there's a certain power over our lives, that we just got a certain path that we're going to walk. So that's an amazing journey again. And I salute the parents of your best friend for opening up their home to you, right? Yeah. Because it helps you in your journey. And I could tell, you know, you still talk about it today. It's in your heart. Yeah. So let's dive into your heart. And where did the giving start to get inspired? And what started to, you know, what was it that inspired you to want to get into the world of giving?
I honestly think it's just been there, an innate thing in me since childhood. I'll actually go back a little bit to, there's a gap. So I have two younger brothers, and one of my brothers is closer to age to me. He's maybe 3 years younger than me. And then our baby brother is 13 years younger than me. And so once he was born, I would have him everywhere with me, just constantly all the time. And so I am being with him all the time, and then also having all elderly grandparents in the home with me. I've just always had the spirit of care and giving and nurturing, because as the oldest, I had to help out.
Now, let me ask you this. Which came first, Crossway or your current fan? And I'm going to let you, I don't want to chop the name up. I will try the first word, Faranka?
Fihankra.
Okay, I was close enough. Which came first?
Crossway came first for me.
Okay.
And then Fihankra came later in my career, is where I am now.
Okay, let's talk about Crossway, because I believe that is for single moms, right?
Yes, it's a transitional. So it was actually a mix of a lot of things. It was a transitional housing program for single moms, a Montessori school, and a community center.
Wow.
All at once. And I landed at Crossway because my first job ever as a professional was as a paraprofessional with DC Public Schools. And I was there for 2.5 years, and we can go back to that in just in a few, because that was an integral part of like really what grounded me in this area. And when I left there, I went to the Department of Justice, and I was at the Department of Justice for maybe like 4 or 5 months. And I met the ladies that ran Crossway Community, and I actually had to turn them down initially because I had just started at the Department of Justice. And it just was a boring task, like being there every day. I was just like, I'm not sure if this is really where I'm supposed to be. And so when I first initially was at DOJ, my manager was out ill a lot. And so when she finally came back, we just didn't have a great working relationship. And so we agreed that we should just part ways. And so I reached back out to Crossway and I was like, hey, if that position is still available, I can come be here, which was perfect because it was a residential position. Initially, it was something else, but when I went back, it was a residential position. And so I was able to get housing for free.
Wow.
You had to be on site developing and building community with the moms. And again, to your point, when you say things are in divine order and nature, I really believe that I was supposed to be there to be supportive to those moms and my colleague at the time, because we were primarily the only ones of color, and so it was good for them to be able to make that connection with me. I was young. I listened to them very intently and was able to start a workout group. There was like a track behind our complex, and so we started an early morning workout group so that could help them get their day started and kind of de-stress before they went out into the world. And that was like my initial understanding of like what it means to be well and to like really build and develop community in that type of workspace.
I mean, we have so many things in common. It's kind of eerie, but again, there's a purpose for everything. And I know the purpose for our connection, other than our mutual superwoman friend, Gina Carvana, is something that I'm going to have to explore, because the synergy that I'm seeing right now is like, oh my, I'm seeing it. And the reason I say that, number one, is because I'm the interim president for an unhoused women and children organization based out in LA.
Okay.
And working with those women and children is everything. I just love that type of work, and giving and encouraging and supporting and inspiring the next generation to go further and to do more, and let them know that, listen, you're a beautiful human being. You know what I mean? Your future is so bright, despite what you might think you're going through, that it's only a moment in time. And I'm sure you experienced the same thing. So let's go back a little bit, right? Because you said there was something that was integral with you coming to DC, I believe.
Yeah, so like I said, I initially tried to go back home, and my parents were like, no, you're going to figure out what your life is going to be up there. And so my first job out of undergrad was as a dedicated aide or a paraprofessional for DC public schools. And I was assigned to this young man who was diagnosed with autism. And I was assigned to him the second week of school. And by that second week, he had already been through 4 aides. He had no body autonomy. He was nonverbal. He couldn't use the restroom on his own, and he would spit quite frequently. And by the end of my week, so back then, I still keep braids in my hair pretty often, but they were the micro braids back then, the real small ones.
Mm-hmm.
And so by the end of my week together, he had pulled out my one little peak braid in the front, and I was on the phone with my mom like, I don't know what y'all thought this was, but I am not going to be doing this. And she was like, well, did you sign a contract? And I was like, I don't know. I didn't even realize I had this job until they called and was like, why are you not at work? And and she was like, well, does he need care? And I was like, yeah. She was like, does he need love? And I was like, I'm sure. Yeah. Doesn't everybody? And she was like, well, if you don't like it at the end of the year, then you can come home, but you committed to being there. So you got to finish the year out. And I was like, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Let me talk to my dad. And my dad's in the background. Listen to your mom. And I'm glad that I listened, and I just didn't quit because it was challenging, because we ended up spending 2.5 years together. It taught me such a different level of patience. And by the time we were through working together, he could walk long stretches of hallway by himself. He could use the restroom while I was standing on the other side of the door. He was able to sign for food that he liked at mealtime. And he was able to take naps by himself. So just knowing that with the right level of care and patience and focus, you can transform anybody, including yourself, just kind of set me up for life. And it also gave me this incredible patience. Like they say, what be careful what you pray for, because with prayer comes a test. And that was my test and my gift. And I'm really grateful for the time that we spent together.
Again, very familiar with the autism world. I have several friends that run autism organizations, and I know the kind of work that it takes, the kind of patience, and the level of reward that comes with that when you do display that patience and the relationship grows. And one story that comes to mind from my good friend Gay Russell, and she still teaches nutrition and farming. So what she used to do was grow fresh fruits and vegetables in her office, and the children would literally pick vegetables and they would learn their favorites and they'd start eating fruit. And to the parents' surprise, they'd be like, they never ate that. They could never consume fruits. But with Gay, with that one who was put there divinely, they started to do things that they had not done, speaking the whole nine, with her care. And she's a very loving, giving human being. With her care, just like you were the one that was needed at that time. So again, I just know the gratification that came with that. And are you still in touch with that young man?
No, unfortunately, once we collected enough data for him to be transported, we lost touch. But he's on my heart and on my mind quite often.
And I'm sure he thinks of you also. So let's go to FAN, the newest program, which I believe you are the executive director at this one.
I am.
Okay. And what does FAN stand for?
Fihankra Akoma Intuaso, which means Safe Places Linked Hearts. And it was founded in 2005 to be just that, a safe, nurturing space for children and families back then who were directly in the foster care program, and now so much that demographic, but also anyone that might be impacted by that system.
Located in Washington, D.C.?
Yep, Washington, D.C., Southeast Ward 8. So the district is broken up into 8 wards. And in Ward 8, it's the most under-resourced ward of the city.
And that's where the chair is, right? Or was?
The big chair, yes.
Okay. Is it still there?
It is still there. The big chair is still there. People try to climb it and sit in it. It's a goal of mine to get in that chair one day.
Well, I think you're going to do that. So much has been coming to you, and it's going to happen organically. You're not even going to expect it, and you're going to be sitting in that chair. And what a picture! You're right. I think I need to do that too. So you're working with these. Who is your audience for FAN?
So we are a youth-focused peer-operated center. So our core demographic are children 9 to 28 that have been or might be impacted by the child welfare system. So that means that they are either directly in foster care or might have had a case open with Child and Family Services, or just because of our mitigating environment and the circumstances, they could potentially be like a call away from a Child and Family Service involvement.
Okay. And I have to ask you, how did you come up with the name? How did you develop that name?
I didn't develop the name. So I'm not the founder of the organization. I took it over in 2019. We've actually been around since 2005. And our co-founders, one of them in particular, Dr. Nia Westbay, just had an affinity for all things African and decided once she learned the meaning of those words together, she decided that that was what the name was going to be. And that was actually what drew me to the organization, because before taking over at FAN, I was geared up to take a 6-month sabbatical and not be working and trying to like figure out what I wanted my life to be or look like. And the opportunity just kept presenting itself for me to at least interview. And now here we are, 5 years, almost 6 years later.
Amazing. And I was going to give you some buzzword phrases, and the first thing that came to mind, because I didn't know that the FAN was in correlation with safe space. So the first thing I was going to say was, when I say safe space, what do you think of other than FAN? Let's do that.
I think of home. When you say safe space, I think of God. I think of family. I think of community. For me, all of those things reflect and resemble safety.
And the same thing with linked hearts. What comes to mind when you hear that?
Again, that like very communal aspect, sharing, caring, nurturing, looking out for one another.
And the next one is community development. What does that mean to Miss JoJo?
Community development for me, I don't necessarily, I feel like the first thing I think of is buildings, just because that is what the world, that's what the world finds or like says community development is. But I think that community development is more so like uplifting and developing the people that you are in closest connection with, not necessarily the physical spaces or creating giant skyscrapers, but actually helping people understand their role and relationship with themselves and figuring out how to offer those gifts to the broader community so that the community together can be sustainable and successful.
Now, what is your vision for FAN moving forward the next 5 years? In the perfect world, what will it look like, and what type of outreach will you have? Will it be in other cities? What will it look like?
So my hope for FAN in the next 5 years is that, so right now we rent a 1,600 square foot space from the church next door to us, but it's one giant room and a kitchen area and then storage. And so I would hope that we would be able to have a complete center, and also with like housing units on top, because I would want to be able to serve up to 300 youth at one time, at least, and then be able to break them up into different groups so we can be more impactful in the work and the conversations that we're having. As their bodies and their minds and their brains change, the conversations need to change that we have with them. And then as our young adults get older, that transitional housing piece, college isn't for everybody. And so for those individuals that don't get to experience that dormitory or college lifestyle, they still need a space to kind of develop and learn what it means to be on their own in their individual spaces, away from their communities, or have a community in which they can tap into for those individuals that don't have that. And so I would like a transitional housing component to be involved in that entire programming. And then I would also want FAN to move into be regional and have a space in Baltimore City, which mirrors that of Southeast DC. The needs are about the same. And so I would want to expand our reach to that area as well.
Okay. And before we go on, let's just let the people know how they can get in touch with you. You can give website, telephone number, email, whatever you feel best for you, so that people can reach you.
So I think the easiest is first, our website is www.fan-dc.org. I think that's the easiest way to get in touch with us. And then our phone number is 202-380-9390, extension 1 for me directly. And my email address is jmazzyck@fan-dc.org.
Awesome. Thank you for that. And that's the 5-year. What's your short term? Like this next 6 months, closing out 2025. Any big plans going on?
We're actually celebrating 20 years of service this year. And so on May 13th, we'll be hosting our inaugural fundraiser under my tenure. So I'm really excited to have that going off and just carrying out the 20th anniversary celebration. Another big thing that I'm hoping that I get to do this summer is our youth participants have been asking where I'm from. And so I want to take them to Charleston just so they can have a deeper connection to myself, but also a deeper connection to themselves and understanding a little more of our historical context. And my dad said if we come down, he'll throw us a cookout.
How many youth and young adults do you have presently?
So on average throughout the year, we see when in the both of our summer after school and then alumni program, it's about 120 altogether. But at one time, we usually have about 35 to 40 in each category.
Okay. And how many are going to dad's home where he going to be doing his cookout? Is it 35 or 120?
No, it'll probably be more like 30. So I'll split them in half. So 1 week for one group and another week for another group. If I could get all 100 of them down there, we would throw a family reunion if I could do that. But that takes a great amount of resources.
Hey, you never know. You never know. Can he barbecue? Can he handle the food? Can he do that?
Oh yeah, for sure. Dad can handle it, and my baby brother, definitely. He is our outdoorsman type. And he gets it, honestly. He gets it from my dad, but he's gotten to the point, he's so enthralled in it that he fishes for sharks now.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, that's another conversation, Dr. Eric Kelly. You hear that? we gotta get this brother on he's fishing. He's looking for shark.
Yeah, he's out there with his friends. They catch the sharks and they tag them so you can learn more about their movements, and they put them back. They don't even keep them. Let's catch a tag and release type situation. I said, that is not for me, brother. I will come out and watch and support you. He was like, no, you got to get on the reel. And I was like, I'm not doing that.
Wow.
I'm not doing that.
Incredible. I didn't know brothers was doing that. That's the first for me. But listen, we do so many firsts here at the Black Business Olympics. That's just another one. We bring you brothers actually fishing for shark. Yeah. So Miss Jo, and the other thing with this barbecue, I'd be remiss to say, I think by then we're gonna be partners. So I expect to be invited to that barbecue in Charleston, South Carolina, by the way.
For sure.
Just had to put that out there. But we're working with South Carolina right now, and we plan on going big with the entire state. But I have an organization. It's called the Community Collaborative for Transformation, and we're actually working with the mayor of Bennettsville, South Carolina. That will probably be our inaugural stop for this program, aka movement, working with the mayors across the country. And we're just having so much fun developing the rapport with these mayors and with the community leaders in these jurisdictions, Alabama, North Carolina, South Carolina, here in DC. And we're just elated about what we're doing and what we are going to do by impacting lives. So had to throw that in there, little plug. But there was one question I definitely wanted to ask you. Oh, yes. And I ask everybody this. In South Carolina, y'all are Southern. If I come down there and ask for a slice of pie, do you think it's going to be apple pie or sweet potato?
Probably sweet potato or pecan.
Thank you for saying sweet potato, because there's been a debate that people in the South prefer apple pie. I'm like, listen, my mom and all my relatives was from Alabama, and they never pulled out an apple pie. It was always sweet potato. I didn't get apple pie until I went to New York. I was born in New York, but I'm saying that's where I got my apple pie, not from my mother. None of them, they were making sweet potato pie.
Yeah.
That's it. So thank you for clarifying that. I think that it's like 60-1. Because literally, I surveyed the mayor's offices of Durham, Selma, and Birmingham, and 60-1. And I'm not.
Well, that just means you got to talk to more people in Charleston.
No. You said sweet potato pie though.
Yeah.
Right. I don't need to talk to nobody else, because the sweet potato pie overwhelmingly is the choice of the South.
Oh, got you. I thought you were saying that. I thought you were saying I was the outlier. My bad.
Oh, no. 60 sweet potato and 1 apple pie. And that's
Got it.
Yes. So how can this 20th anniversary, let's just say extravaganza, is it something that's going to be big? It's going to be at your facility in Southeast, or where's it going to be at?
So we actually have a private residence in Georgetown that was donated for us to host the event. So it's going to be big to me. We're anticipating at least 120 people, and right now we're at about 85. So we do have tickets left. So I can share that with you, and it's gonna be a really good time. We are gonna have games. We wouldn't be fan if we didn't have the fan dance, especially since we're a grassroots organization. So, boots on the ground is literally our mantra at this point. And then at the end of the summer, we'll have an even bigger celebration at our space, because the actual birthday is August 5th. And so we'll do like an end of summer cookout in our space. And so we're really excited about all of the things that we have going on. And especially during this time, I will say it's been a little challenging to be super excited about it, because it was like the world is the world right now, and especially in our community. And then we just had to make the conscious decision to just lean into the joy that we have. All moments are worth celebrating. And this is our recommitment to stay steadfast and focused on the work that we do, and knowing that the next few years might be a little more challenging, but we'll be okay as long as we stay focused and lean on one another to make it through.
Amen. So what are some of your passions when you need to get away and just release, right? And I like to say reset, renew, refresh, and restore. How do you accomplish that?
By literally getting away. I love traveling. So my wife and I, we travel quite a bit, and we are actually scheduled to take a break right after the anniversary celebration in May. I'll be doing a Euro trip for a week, a little over a week. And it also coincides with Beyonce. Even though Beyonce is not necessarily my jam, I'm excited to just be a part and witness everybody who does love the Queen Bee. But I also am excited to we'll go to Paris, and I absolutely love James Baldwin. So my plan is to go see how many spaces that he went to and try to have those little quiet moments with myself in honor of like his penmanship and his craft and his gift to the world. I used to write quite a bit when I was younger. I don't do it as much anymore, and I'm trying to find my way back to that avenue of just writing for myself versus writing a grant or more strategic or structural writing.
That is special, especially that James Baldwin piece. It's sort of like when you go to Selma and I pray everyone go to Selma, walk across the Pettus Bridge. And when you feel the energy, it's like you're walking in everybody's footsteps that went through that traumatic ordeal, tragic ordeal. But when you walk that bridge, you feel the energy come through the bottom of your feet to the top of your head. It's something that is unexplainable. So I have the feeling when you visit the same places that James Baldwin visited, I think you're going to experience the same energy. It's like when I met Coretta Scott King and we had about 5 minutes alone, it was an out of body experience. As I'm looking in her eyes, I'm literally seeing Dr. King and hearing him, say, boy, you better stay with my wife. I tell that story in speaking engagements. People just laugh, but she is such an aura. As people explain the aura when they're around Michael Jordan, he's got a glow. It was the same glow with her. So, and that can come, the energy, just from being in the same space. Same thing with Motown. When you go into Motown and you're in the studio and the mics are still there where everybody was, and the candy machine and the little quarter on top of the payday. So Stevie Wonder knew which thing to pull. It's like you were there. And I think, getting to this, I think that type of energy is what you're exuding to your audience. Not only those children, but your staff, because your staff, they're looking at you, volunteers, all these people that go into FAN that are looking to you for that energy. And I know because I do it every day. People, they rely on us to show up, right? And this is what we want. This is what we embrace. This is who we are as people. We want to lock arms with the community. This is why we go out there and we do the things we do. Not everybody is built for that life. And I'm so just overjoyed that you determined that this life is for me, because there were moments where you could have pivoted and not even gone in this direction. And just think of all the people that would have missed out on having your presence in their life, starting with the young man with autism, right? When you break it down, like how my presence is impacting the world, starting with those closest to you, and you really think about that, it really will start to resonate with you, the importance of you as a creation, as a member of this world. As Muhammad Ali said, the service to others is the rent we pay to be here on earth. And it's so true. Giving to others will uplift your spirit in ways you couldn't imagine. When it's not about you, it's about others. When you truly reach that mindset, your whole life is going to change. Now, I want to do this, Ms. JoJo. I want you to don't tell me what you would say to that young 9-year-old JoJo. I want to hear you actually talk to that 9-year-old little girl, Josephine. Is that what they called you growing up?
No, they actually called me Dee Dee.
Hold up, they called you what?
Dee Dee.
Dee Dee.
Yes.
Okay. So, Ms. JoJo, the executive director at FAN, talk to young Dee Dee. Just for a minute. Just talk to her.
Hey girl, we are here now. Life has been pretty solid. Like, you're doing great things in the community. You have all the things that you have prayed for up until this point, and you don't have too much to worry about. Like, you walk through the world in gratitude and grace, and you still look like a little baby, even though you're almost 40. So that is kudos to you for doing that. There's some things that you could work on, but we don't necessarily focus too much on that. You just keep them in the back of your head. But I think you're doing amazing, and you would be proud of who we've become.
That is special. That is special. Again, and I tell people to do that, right? Just talk to your younger self. And it will put things into perspective. It really will. Because right now, society is going through such internal turmoil. People are dealing with loss of not only the job, loss of careers. They're going through so much and they need inspiration. And I tell them, it starts with you. You can inspire yourself. You just have to find out how to do it, right? People could talk to me, they can talk to you, they can talk to Dr. Eric Kelly, so on and so forth. But when you utilize you as your personal coach, your personal resource, your personal source of inspiration, when you're able to tap into you, oh my God, what a feeling. And I was able to do that as a young child, right? My vision would go places, man. My imagination would flow, and I could just see myself doing things at an early age. And now I reflect back to when I was a young child and the things that I went through that made me the man I am today. First of all, giving thanks to the late, great Dorothy Gray Richardson, my mom, for just letting me know that I was special. And you could do anything you want. Anything in this world you want, Troy. Anything you want to do, you can do it. You can be it. And I just thank her for instilling that level of confidence in me. And I try to pay it forward by instilling that same confidence in the younger generation. I love to talk to young people. Whenever I see them in the community, and I do a lot of walking, and I see young people coming from school.
Uh-oh. Froze.
And I think we had a little hiccup there, but just giving back to our youth, right? Whenever I'm out there walking, I'm talking to the youth, and they know me for that. When they see me walking now, excuse me, they be like, "How you doing, Mr. Troy?" I'm like, "I'm good. How was your day at school? Anything special happen?" Just conversation a lot of times goes a long way. So when you first are introduced to a young resident or client, young child in your facility, they go through an onboarding process, I would imagine. How do you embrace them and letting them know that you are in this safe space and we got you from here? How does that process go? What does that look and feel like?
Well, first, it starts with the environment. And so our space is designed to be really homey feeling. So we have couches, we have games, we have furniture that moves, and it's all very like youth friendly because they're the ones that design the space with us. So they pick out the colors and all of that stuff. And then it honestly just comes organically. People often tell me when they initially meet me, it feels like they've known me for forever. And it's just, again, getting back to that curiosity. Like I'm looking them in their eyes, asking them what they're interested in, and not being overbearing, like giving them space if they need space or time to come around. But they're items for them to do alone or individually, or things for them to do as a part of the broader collective. And they have choice. It's more so about them being comfortable enough and knowing that the space is designed for them and that they don't have to do anything that they don't want to do while they're here. And so giving them that autonomy to buy in, and they just keep showing up. Even if there's a kid that doesn't want to engage in the activities. Like we have one young man in particular, all he really likes to do is play video games. He's not interested in any of the social emotional learning stuff. He just wants to run around and play with his peers or play video games and eat. And we're like, well, can you just do this one activity? Just give us a couple of sentences. But he's like, nah, I don't want to do that. And so giving him the freedom to say, I don't want to do that, and it be okay, he just still shows up. Even on the days where he knows he's not going to be able to play on the computer, he's coming, and he'll just sit in the corner or on the couch and relax his nerves and just be chill. And he can do that. And I think that's more so what it's about. Like, we're very youth oriented, youth voice focused, youth voice forward. And so what the things that they say they want to do, we do our best to make it happen in our space. And I think that is the core fabric of what makes us unique, in the fact that our team also has lived experience. So we've all either been in care or have been raised at some point by other members of our family. For myself personally, my biological father wasn't in the picture. I was raised by my stepdad, who's like my dad, but we have the understanding and know that when the kids have an idea, they need to see that actualized.
Awesome. Well, I see our good friend has appeared, which lets me know that we've come to an end. But before we do, one more time, please give us the website and your telephone number.
The website is www.fan-dc.org, and our phone number is 202-380-9390, extension 1 for me directly.
Awesome. Miss Josephine, this has been an extreme pleasure. And like I said, the synergy is just crazy right now. And I'm going to be in contact with you because we need to connect and lock arms and do some major things in our community. So just thank you for coming and sharing with us and talking to the 9-year-old JoJo. Dee. I'm sorry, Dee.
Thank you so much for having me. It was an absolute pleasure.
Thank you so much to both Troy and to Josephine. And remember, genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses. Doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those 3 communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a Black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, You've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE. And then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and it talked about there were 3 groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, Black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those 3 groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Henri Ward. I am your business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. We have a panel discussion today that is hosted by Mr. Troy Richardson. Troy is a licensed financial professional, educator, international speaker, and media executive with a distinguished background in leadership, including service in the U.S. Air Force, where he was mentored by senior Pentagon officials. As CEO of RCG Media and RCG Richardson Consulting Group, Troy leads initiatives in media production, financial empowerment, and community engagement. With over 30 years of experience and $400 million in generated revenue. Troy will be moderating a panel discussion with Al Bartel and Roy Jones. I give you Mr. Troy Richardson.
Well, my brother, thank you so much for those kind words. And that just proves that $50 can go a long way. Appreciate you, man. Much love, much love. Well, I mean, goosebumps right now. And people out there, and again, we're broadcast over 200 countries live, thanks to Dr. Eric Kelly III and his family. Shout out to Mama Kelly. But we're live to over 200 countries. And these two gentlemen, let me tell you, folks, you're in for a treat. First, we have Chairman Al Bartel of the World Human Rights Network. I affectionately call him Senator because he will be the next senator in the beautiful state of Georgia. All right, number one. And then we have my guy, they call me Mr. Creator, Dr. Roy L. Jones. Gentlemen, thank you for showing up to the Black Business Olympics, Black Business Expo.
Thank you for having us be here, partner. We appreciate it greatly.
Appreciate you. I don't even know where to begin. Who's older? You know what I'm saying? How are we going to do this? But anyway, let me just, Dr. Roy L. Jones, man, call me Mr. And recently, a wise man brought it to my attention that it has something to do with Mr. They call me Mr. Tibbs. How did you come up with that name? Let's start there.
He has to unmute himself, Troy.
Oh, Dr. Jones, unmute yourself.
My apologies. I'm used to these virtual interactions, and mute is always an issue. Thank you again, Troy, and certainly nice seeing you, Mr. Bartel, and congratulations on your future Senate run. I understand from Brother Richardson. We're excited. I'm always excited to share the story of Call Me Mr. And although there is a reference to the movie In the Heat of the Night, in that famous scene in which Virgil Tibbs responded to the Southern sheriff when he answered the question, "What do they call you up north?" And he turned very assertively and said, "They call me Mr. Tibbs." And though it's apropos, it is not the only and even the most significant referral, because certainly in the Deep South, it was against the law to refer to any Black man by his surname. You could be jailed, you could be hung, you could be persecuted by referring to a Black male by a surname, Mr. That's the deeper historical meaning of Call Me Mr. And it started off 25 years ago with focusing in on Black males that would raise up and become career teachers, especially at the elementary, early child, middle grade level. We've evolved over 25 years where, though we continue to include and increase and build a foundation of Black males going into becoming educators, we also, our model is good for everybody. And so we've actually embraced other races and genders in the program over 25 years. We got a network of 29 institutions in South Carolina alone, and we're in 15 institutions in 13 other states nationally as we continue to grow, and especially in this tough time. But the primary focus was addressing the teacher shortage, because in South Carolina, less than 1% of teachers in South Carolina were Black males teaching at the elementary level. We have doubled that number, and that number was not so great. It was 1% at that time was less than 200 teachers serving in over 600 elementary schools. Now we got 700 elementary schools in the state, served by over 400 of our teachers. In fact, the current South Carolina elementary principal of the year is a Mr. Dr. Marquise Clark, that came through our program as an undergraduate, went on to get his doctorate, and led his school to be literally recognized as a turnaround transformational school in South Carolina. So we've got a track record. 85% of our students are still in classroom teaching. They don't leave, they stick and stay. And that's what we need today. They're homegrown. We don't reach out across the world to find teachers to come into South Carolina to save us. We build from within, and we build that foundation strong. And that's what we've been able to do in South Carolina and in other states throughout the South and the country.
Well, brother, I appreciate that. We're gonna come back to you for sure, and we're gonna go next to Chairman Al Bartel of the World Human Rights Network. Same question, Senator. Where did it come from, the inspiration, and how did you come to be the chairman of the World Human Rights Network?
Well, Dr. Roy put it out there. It comes from our culture. I grew up in the Deep South. I was part of one of the first wave of the integrated school system in Southeast South Carolina. And so, to whom much is given, much is required.
Yes, sir.
And so the civil rights movement came out of the human rights consciousness of the world. And so when it became time for human rights to make a move in America, it was in the deep bowels of the Black community. And so as we move forward in the 21st century, the question becomes, how do we sustain the vision of the ancestors? How do we have human rights be on the lips of the 21st century to the same degree it was in the 20th century? That means somebody has to take on that mantle. I'm clear that was me. So I organized and designed a framework for roundtable discussions, development sessions, summits, and conferences to put on display the communication patterns of human rights as we move forward and give the life and breath to historic phrases like, call me mister.
Wow. Now, folks, you don't know this, but these two gentlemen are part of a national movement, the National Community Collaborative for Transformation. And Mr. Bartel, the senator, just mentioned roundtable discussions. And we do have our inaugural National Men's Roundtable coming up on May 8th, Saturday, May 8th. Thursday, I'm sorry. Thank you, my brother. Always keep each other accountable. That's one of the things I'm going to talk about is we holding each other accountable, right? And it's so critical right now what our communities are lacking. And we all know. We don't always get the fair shake. But as Dr. Jones says, we're not waiting for people to come from the outside to help us. We're going to go from the inside out. And I'm so excited about May 8th. But Dr. Jones, Call Me Mr. started 25 years ago at Clemson University. That's correct, right?
Well, just a quick addendum. Although the headquarters and it grew out of Clemson, the program was actually launched and got off the ground at 3 private HBCUs, historically Black colleges and universities. One in Orangeburg, Claflin University, where I was once dean and taught, Morris College in Sumter, and Benedict College in Columbia. So though it was Clemson providing marketing and research interest to build the program framework in terms of what the stats, what the data was saying at the time. That's why I could easily refer to less than 1% of Black males teaching. But really, the program got off the ground, got its start, and laid the foundation at 3 HBCUs that has since grown since then. So we have every HBCU with a teacher ed program is a part of the Call Me Mr. program. And we've got students, not all of our kids attend HBCUs. So that doesn't mean that couldn't benefit from Call Me Mr. So we expanded it to include now we've got 26 Misters attending Clemson University, whereas when we got started, there was none. So we're building it, and we built it as we grew and what it required. And the need is still as as strong today as it was 25 years ago. I love what Senator Chairman was saying about the ancestors, because that's the strength we've grown. We pulled on. It's kind of a spiritual, connection that we have, especially coming out of the South. And glad to know he's from the state of South Carolina. This is where the roots are. This is the epicenter of the development of Black culture. And that's what we want to be sure to keep in front of people and build on that incredible foundation.
South Carolina is so profound right now in my life and everything that we're doing, because the young lady who preceded you gentlemen, we had a conversation with her. Incredible woman. She's from Charleston, South Carolina. I can't wait to get with her, because her program is working with our youth, and she's doing tremendous work here in the DC community. But I want to at least offer the opportunity to join us in collaboration together to take her program to other cities, which she wants to go to Baltimore, but I see what she's doing. There's a need for that nationwide in our communities. And let me get into that, because I feel that the South, people in the South, they're more focused and more tuned in to our ancestry, right? My people are from Alabama, and my uncles who are now all going on to heaven, but they had a certain awareness about them that they shared with me, and the exact opposite of my family. Like, I'm a New Yorker, but we were not as tuned in, because I think because we didn't actually live it. When you actually live it and you see it, you have a better understanding of who you are and where you need to go. Can you guys tell us what it was like for you as young children growing up in South Carolina?
Sure. The cultural phrase that defines a lot, a question called, where did the boat land? And so Charleston was one of the epicenters of where the boat landed for our people coming out of Africa. And then the stopover was in the Caribbean islands. But the mainland where the boat landed was in the southeast region of America. And Charleston was one of the epicenters for that in South Carolina. The cultural mastery of West Africa was the cultivation of rice and sugar, and those kinds of organic mastery was what gave the foundation for the emerging economy in what was called America. And it was along the southern states. And so South Carolina got to be the vanguard for the epicenter where it got grounded, where the slave trade was managed and proliferated. And so our culture, many of us known as Gullah Geechee culture, when we sit around the campfire, we talked about there's something called saltwater Geechee, a river Geechee, and a swamp Geechee. I come from a long line of what they call swamp Geechees. And so we remember standing there when the water fountain said white and colored. We remember having to go around to the back of a restaurant to a little window and get our meals. We understood where reading was prohibited, and the penalty for reading was death. So then come along where it says we're going to build a building and put cultural Black children in the same room as white children. So I was one of the first wave of that integration. And I remember reading that Constitution that talked about all are free, all have access to business, all have access to education. And I'm saying, man, somebody gonna get in trouble for putting this in a book. So the whole world of South Carolina was shaped by the struggle, and we were there in it. We lived it. I remember watching on a little TV that wasn't even colored then, the news about the assassination of Medgar Evers in 1963, the assassination of Robert Fitzgerald Kennedy in November of the same year, the assassination of Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Robert Fitzgerald Kennedy. So we saw this, and we were in school or in the battlefield cropping backer when all these conversations came to bear in the deepest part of the South, one of the vanguards known as South Carolina. So we lived it. And I'm one of the last vestiges of what they call the Vietnam era veteran. When they ended the draft, the word went out. Who among young men will volunteer? I volunteered to go and serve my country as the first wave of volunteers. So the whole realm of South Carolina, all across the South, but particularly South Carolina, has a vanguard of excellence. And the ancestors made that happen. And they gave that to us. I've been places and seen things that people only get a chance to read about. So to whom much is given, much is required.
Absolutely.
Dr. Jones.
Yeah. This is a whole series of courses in that question. As I listen to Brother Al talk, I am, to be clear, though I've spent the last 40 years in South Carolina, coming out in pursuing my graduate education in Georgia, I'm actually a native of Springfield, Massachusetts. My dad was a North Carolinian. My mom was a Massachusetts. And so I had this kind of a interesting connection when I've heard the stories that have come out of North Carolina and what happened with the slaves when that ended and where they settled in Raleigh, where my father is from. And it's just the whole migration of the whole thing. But I did want to point something out because it's a common thing, and Brother Al brought it up, is that, a lot of people think about, the slave trade, and you can't, Charleston built an Afro-American museum in Charleston, in fact, to highlight that whole thing right on literally on the shores of the harbor in Charleston. But South Carolina has several places, regions, and Clemson, for example, is in the upstate of South Carolina, outside of Greenville, and up in Clemson in the Appalachian Hills. Right. And in the upstate, there was a thriving Black community, literally where I'm sitting now in Clemson, Seneca area, easily. You don't think of Black people being in the upstate in the mountain area, but in fact, there were thriving Black communities, in fact, made up the majority, as South Carolina Blacks did. People, it's mind-boggling to think that 2/3 of the state was Black at one point. 2/3 of the population of this state was Black. And we cultivated and built the economy in this state, from the top of the state to the mid-region to the lower part of the state. Black people's hands are in the development of South Carolina. And that's the part that, if we're not careful, will be completely lost in history. We have, as a state, produced giants. I mean, integration, began here. It was challenged here. As Brother Al was talking about, it was because of South Carolina. It's because of those folks in Clarendon County who fought for better schools. It was, the idea was better to integrate. The fight wasn't to integrate. The fight was to be treated as a natural born citizen that the Constitution allowed for. Big difference than to say that folks fought to be able to go to school with white kids. Though that happened, the fact is it was about having a better education for their children. And that happened out of Clarendon. And the very first case, Briggs versus Elliott, that led to Brown versus Board was South Carolina. Briggs Elliott was a South Carolina Clarendon County case. In the first case that was introduced among the mergers of that became Brown, but Brown really should have been Briggs as the first case. Right. And the judge, J. Waddy Waring, actually developed the argument that was used to win the Brown case. The only case that Thurgood Marshall argued himself was Briggs Elliott in federal court in Charleston. It wasn't Topeka. So nothing taken away from Topeka, but just to set, I'm in South Carolina, set the record straight that that's happening. And there are those in the state that are fighting for that. Cecil Williams, tremendous. Cecil Williams Civil Rights Museum in Orangeburg brings a lot of that attention, and it fought to try to change that record. So there's a lot that we have lost, and a lot that we need to preserve today to understand about the significance of South Carolina specifically, and the South in particular, generally in terms of the development of this country, and seeing Black people that left. Most people, the fact is, most people can trace their roots. Most Black people can trace their roots to South Carolina.
Absolutely.
And there's a reason for that. 2/3 of the state was Black, and we built it from the ground up. So yes, the tradition, the history is what Call Me Mr. has been about. It grew out of that history, and it continues to serve this state in ways that Black educators have always served in South Carolina. It's just that we've had to grow, and we've had to expand and develop. So what has been good for a Black male is good for white females. 85% of the teacher workforce, white women at elementary level, but 40% of our children are Black students. So we got to have that kind of, we got to address those kinds of issues. But I would rather be in a position to help develop it's an obligation to prepare white kids that we come in contact with to be better educators, to be able to address all students regardless, and not have any kind of racial background or bias that diminishes the expectation of Black kids. So that's the thing. We're raising a banner, we're raising a standard in education from coming out of Clemson, as well as all of our institutions in South Carolina.
This is powerful information, and it's eye-opening for me. And the more you guys talk about South Carolina, Senator, it's becoming more evident. When we had that conversation that South Carolina needs to be the place where we kick off the movement, it's so clear to me why. Because so much started there. It's only right that we bring the movement to South Carolina. You mentioned all the cities that you have people there, right? You have just people that you grew up with that Columbia, Charleston, Sumter, and I'm sure you named some others. We know Bennettsville, Mayor Tyrone Abraham, shout out to him, the only mayor right now who is listed on the CCFT and doing amazing work down in Bennettsville. They are almost completely Black in the mayor's cabinet and city administration. They're doing some major redevelopments down there, and we're going to have a big part of that. So just excited about what is going to take place in South Carolina, because South Carolina deserves that love. We don't give, I know I don't give it any credit for what it did with integration, number one, moving our people forward. I just have a newfound love for it, and that is, again, profound. So as we get up to May 8th with this national roundtable, which Dr. Eric Kelly just confirmed he will be speaking. We have Dr. Dre, we have you two gentlemen, and a few others that are going to be addressing, because the whole mission of the collaborative is to transform communities. And the Call Me Mr. program is a big part of that, because we want to take this program that Dr. Jones has created and we want to duplicate it so it's in every state. And even at some point, Dr. Jones, I don't know if you want to go international, but one of my good buddies who's over in the UK, and he deals with a lot of youth, when I told him about this program, he grew up in Long Island, from Sierra Leone, and has been over in the UK for a number of years. he got excited about the opportunity to bring it over to the UK. So, and then with Senator Bartel here, with his World Human Rights Network, where the mission is public safety and public health, it doesn't get any more critical than that, because we know with the mental health, the anxiety, the depression, especially with the time that we are in right now, that is got to be at the forefront. Taking care of the health, the spiritual, the physical, the financial, and the mental health of our people, it's paramount. Our young kids, the things that they're facing these days, I just saw a piece on these cowards, these idiots that are preying on young kids 10 and under. Like, our communities are in such turmoil. This program and others like it is needed. But I just commend Dr. Jones for what you've been doing over the years, pouring in, developing our educators. And you said at one point, less than 1% of all the elementary schools had Black teachers. I wonder what that minority percentage would be. Would it be much higher? And I'm talking about not women, not counting them, but actual minorities. And do you feel with the new areas that you're going to, you said other than Blacks, other universities, who else are you reaching out to? Can you name some of those institutions
that are currently involved or pending? I don't know.
We can go current and pending.
Yeah. Well, like I said, we grew from basically a base of 4 institutions to 29 in the state in South Carolina alone, and but we're now as far away as Colorado at Metropolitan State University in Colorado, and Grambling in Louisiana as an example that's knocking out the park. But also in Chicago State, that is not considered they do consider themselves an HBCU in a way, but you don't think of the HBCUs being in the north. But we're at Chicago State down in the south side of Chicago, as far away and as far northeast as Longwood and University in Farmville, which is another one of the 5 cases that was part of the Brown versus Board, the Farmville case. So we're all over, but we go where people want us. We're not beating the bushes to beg anybody to become part of the network. We go with the willing, because it's too slow to try to make people understand. You got to have some groundwork. In fact, we got 3 or 4 institutions right now that are on the table for conversation to expand, which blows my mind in this environment. But these are private institutions, and several of them are faith-based institutions. So they're not as threatened, if you will, by resource. But they recognize their teacher prep programs they need to build. So that's a good thing. 2-year colleges are involved that weren't involved early in South Carolina, because you got to have affordability in academic preparation. Many of our kids don't get to a Clemson prepared academically, and or Claflin for that matter. So you gotta address those issues at the K-12 level. How do we bridge that to make it possible? Some of our best teachers, you would not have identified them up front as being among the best, because you would have seen them where they are and not their potential. And that's really a real difference with Call Me Mr. is that we're about development, not about punitive, not about punishment. So we're all about development, and we develop from day one, and it's beyond the classroom. Our whole program is co-curricular, beyond the classroom. So it's a model that we think has worked for 25 years, when you've got 85% of our teachers are still in the classroom, and we've got another 12% that are principals, assistant principals, and professors that are knocking it out. So we stand by that, and because the system works. I'm glad you brought up Bennettsville, because again, another example. I think I might have mentioned to you before, Troy, that Sister Marion Wright Edelman is a native of Bennettsville, South Carolina. Al knows this.
Absolutely.
Native of South Carolina. Who's Marion Wright Edelman? She's the founder and president, retired now, of the Children's Defense Fund. Look how long the Children's Defense Fund has been in play for all those decades. She was tough and made all kinds of impact in terms of what's going on with children and the data that and research that they developed in the course of decades. So again, coming out of South Carolina, astronauts coming out of South Carolina. We're only a state of 4, 5, 6 million people. There are more people in the metro Atlanta than there are in the whole state of South Carolina.
That's correct.
So, you got to understand, how valuable that has been. Political leaders, faith-based leaders, educators, civic leaders, have grown out of here. It's been a blessing to be able to serve in this state. I've been at HBCU, I've been in WCUs, and all over the state, from top to bottom. All I'm saying is I'm committed to this, and we're growing people. The beauty is, and where we've lost it in the past, is that our leaders have not developed people behind them to take their space. I don't have to worry about that. I've got plenty of folks behind me to take my space, and that's a proud moment to be part of. Because we all get there. We all got a little gray hair. We know we can't live forever. And you gotta build what's behind you. And as my own family would say, my wife would say that family is essential for building the foundation. We cannot build a network of an empire without building our families. And that to me has been something that has always been the case. Even when we were poor, we owned property, we grew our own food, but we did it with and among families that made a whole lot of difference. We can't leave that out of the framework of where we go in terms of our development as a community. The collaboration is everything. We cannot do this alone. Not at all. We couldn't build Call Me Mr. alone. We needed everybody to buy into the mission, buy into the vision. And collaboration is certainly was a hallmark of our success in 40 years.
Phenomenal. Senator Bartell, you just did something down at Liberty Plaza across from the state capitol a few weeks ago. Can you tell the audience about that?
Well, we began to consider there's different conversations for sustaining the movement for equality, different conversations that take on the mantle of human rights, different kinds of expressions. There's no one size fits all. It looks very, very different for different people. One of the expressions of the human rights movement is now called reparations. So the reparations stakeholders began to consider to impact state general assemblies. One of the ones they picked was the General Assembly for the state of Georgia. And when they picked that General Assembly to have bills to talk about bringing up the reference point of reparations, we at the World Human Rights Network considered being their champion and being their partner. And we organized a press conference outside of the Capitol that said the time is now to have the conversation for reparations.
Phenomenal. My man, I see you appeared. Are we at the end mark already?
Unfortunately, we are.
Understood.
Good. This went by so fast, man. Hey, listen. Dr. Kelly, I know you hear me. You're in the back in the green room. We're coming back. All right, we're not done. We're gonna finish this conversation. But listen, I just want to tell everybody, the website is on my name, www.rcghome.net. Go to the CCFT program. You're gonna see these two amazing gentlemen on there, and email me so you can come to the inaugural National Men's Roundtable discussion, because this is a movement, as Dr. Jones said. Nobody can do this alone. So we have an ecosystem of companies and individuals, Dr. John Carlos, Dr. Dre, East Coast, New York, Dr. Dre, not the West Coast. I love him too, but my good friend is Dr. Dre up in Long Island, New York, and several others. So let's collectively come together, men. Bring your brand, bring your company, because trust me, I'm going to come calling on you. So thank you so much, Dr. Roy L. Jones, Senator, Chairman R. Bartell of the World Human Rights Network, and Dr. Jones of Call Me Mr. Dr. Jones, how can they get in touch with you real quick?
Oh, easy. First, and Troy, my name is embedded in yours, ROI in there, but I know L's and I's look alike, but my middle initial is I, not L. So no problem. Yeah, you can reach me. Email is best, royj@clemson.edu. That's ROYJ@Clemson, CLEMSON.edu. That's how you can reach me as far as, and I respond to all emails. So that's the best way.
Awesome. Senator Bartell.
WorldHumanRights.world. The World Human Rights Network is available. Just put the name World Human Rights Network into Google, and it'll come up on your screen.
Yes, sir. Coming to a city near you, CCFT. My man, did I do the time justice? Did I go over? Am I good?
You did good. You did phenomenal.
Appreciate that. Thank you. And again, thanks to Dr. Eric Kelly and the Black Business Olympics and the Black Business Network. Thank you, guys. Much love.
See you next
week. Absolutely. We want to thank Al Bartell, Roy Jones, and Troy Richardson. And remember, genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business
for businesses
in
and
the
companies
world.
to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest black business showcases in the history of black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
To develop their leadership skills, enhance their competency, their confidence, and just to give them some strategic planning skills so that they can hone whatever they're trying to do with confidence and be more prepared for whatever endeavors that they embarked on. Up with a hunger and a motivation to do better, to be better, and to accomplish my goals and dreams without abandon. One of the guiding principles is desire. Having this unwavering desire to be successful and being teachable, being open and willing to learn from others, no matter how much experience you have. And I feel that those are deep principles that I live by.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I love to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here, and Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she wants to be the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, prove that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook.
Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Maganda Evans Tabingwa. I'll be speaking to you this morning, this afternoon, this evening. Of course, I know that this is a global network and it's a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over all the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about businesses. This morning, afternoon, evening, I will be your speaker today. My name, as I've told you, is Maganda Evans Tabingwa, live from Uganda, Africa. I hope we are all well. I am the CEO of Tanya Innovations Africa, a company incorporated back in Africa, but in particular in Uganda. Uganda is a country in East Africa. And I'm happy this evening that we are networking and collaborating with Black Business Expo to be able to showcase what we're doing back in Africa, okay? So the first question that comes to our listeners this afternoon is, what is Tanya Innovations Africa? Okay, so Tanya Innovations Africa is a company that was incorporated back in the year 2021 during COVID season. And we put up this company in a way of ensuring that we could bring on board businesses across Africa, just for the benefit of those who might not be having a lot of information about Africa. Africa consists of over 54 states or countries. Okay, and during the COVID season, we had a lot of challenges of how we could sustain African businesses using digital technology. And Chanya Innovations came on board to help these businesses to be able to use technology and leverage internet to stay in business, especially those businesses that needed to use the internet framework to run. Okay. There are many, I've been on this show before, and previously we've been able to talk about the real estate businesses. We've been able to talk about the different types of networkings that we do for businesses across the globe. Okay. But just before I dive into a particular area, which is in education, that I want to speak about today, allow me to highlight some of the few key things that one would want to, network with Tanya Innovations Africa. Okay. Number one, Tanya Innovations does what we call the Global Business Network. And one way that we have found ourselves with the Black Business Expo is that we try to make sure that, we bring the local businesses that want to have the international presence to work with other businesses like Black Business Expo or any other business that will be, back in the United States. Okay. If you have any business that you're running and you want to collaborate with some other businesses back here, then Tanya Innovations would be the best party to work with. What do I mean by that? You could be having, for example, investment interests back in Africa, but you don't have to start from square one. What Tanya Innovations does is that it would be able to provide other business parties back in Africa, find them and be able to let you network with those businesses. But equally, we could be having, we also have businesses here that want presence in the United States. They want presence all over the globe. If you are one of those businesses that is trying to work with us, that is trying to, that can be able to bring on board another business to work with, to collaborate with, then Tanya Innovation still presents the interests of those businesses, and then to be able to enable that type of partnership. Okay. Now, number two, we also do what we call collaborations. We are all aware that with the internet technology or with the digital economy today, we could be able to work hand in hand with other businesses without necessarily making sure that making sure that all the business processes are within a particular organization. Of course, what that means that you could carry out the functions of maybe digital marketing, but you could be able to outsource. The financial services of another company. Okay, or you could be in finance, for example, finance tech, but you could be able to work with another organization to help you with digital marketing. So we also try to facilitate that type of model, because you cannot have a whole fit for your business only in one organization, especially when you have limited resources. So what we do is that we try to also make sure that different businesses can collaborate on services of common interest to ensure that they don't overshoot their spending. Yeah, we have also we provide investment advisory services. These investment advisory services, we know that today you don't have to lock yourself in the country where you are because you are limited with the knowledge of only where you have been able to go to school and the opportunities that you're able to read in your neighborhood. So Tanya Innovation becomes your public eye all over the globe, because we meet a great range of investors, government officials. We attend conferences on the global market, being able to find what different entrepreneurs need, and then also being able to find different business needs. So what we do is that we can then be able to provide for you a forum. We can be able to advise you in terms of investment opportunities that exist in different countries, but especially in Africa. Okay, running all the way from South Africa, Limpopo, going up to the northern part of Africa, Central Africa, then the East Africa, where we are actually located. So it means that you should be able, with Tanya Innovations, you should be able to do your business anywhere on the globe. We shall be able to facilitate with you with information where business opportunities exist. And if you have the resources to be able to put in funds, you should be good to go. Okay. We also help in terms of events management, especially digital events management. So if you have events that you want to run online, we do that. You can also visit our global talk shows. We are involved in advocacy, trying to make sure that we keep international conversation on businesses. Yeah. So we also bring different business persons, just like the way Black Business is showcasing today, to be able to bring in different business parties and people to discuss on topical issues that affect us, or to be able to bring on board topical issues that can be able to help different business parties learn one or two things. Okay. Now, I have told you that today in particular, I wanted to talk about what we are currently doing with universities. And this particular, we have started with the institutions of higher learning in Uganda. That's over 53 universities. What Tanya Innovations is now doing, we are talking about the practitioners lecture series. Now, somebody would ask, what are practitioner lecture series? Now, we have realized that to be able to create the transformation that we need to train, we need to use the university space, okay, to be able to train young people, especially in Africa, to be able to, first of all, get the entrepreneurial mindset, but number two, to also be able to get the global mindset. Yeah, because so many times we have been wondering why, for example, many businesses or African young men or women are not able to, to compete favorably. Now, while we will talk about resources on one hand, but even the basic things that, we need to make sure that the university graduates come to terms with have not been substantially, open to university students. So what we're doing, we started with the practitioner lecture series, and we get to different universities once per month, and we are able to bring in practitioners to speak to students and members of staff. Okay. Equally, we try to bring on the practitioners are not necessarily limited only in Uganda or East Africa or Africa. These practitioners, we are looking for businesses, CEOs, technical persons all over the globe who would want to cause this type of transformation in Africa. Okay. So what Tanya Innovations is doing is that to be able to cause this transformation within the minds, because we believe that the mind of these young people, this young generation of average of about 16 years, we know that the average age in Africa, is about 16 years. So we're trying to say that we need to be able to make sure that we embody the change in the minds of these young people, especially in universities, and to be able to cause that transformation. While we say it comes from within, but it can only start with borrowing ideas from other parties. And we want different CEOs all over the globe, those who think that they can offer pro bono education lectures to talk about how they have been able to cause transformation, whether it's in the business, how you have been able to cause transformation in business processes, how you have been able to succeed as an entrepreneur, how you have been able to make your technology work for your business or in your country. These conversations are direly needed back here in Africa. And we are hoping that with this type of conversation, we shall be able to make sure that the mind of our young people can appreciate the challenges we have within our domain, but also having at the back of their mind what what is running on the global scale. Yeah, because Africa has suffered through the three industrial revolution. You remember the first industrial revolution, we did not do much, but of course you know the challenges that were there. The second industrial revolution passed, we did not do much. The third industrial revolution, we are talking about the robotics, AI, and all these other technologies, Internet of Things and all these other things. If we don't strategize ourselves, while it would be that the nature of challenges we have right now might not give our young people to pay so much attention into that technological space, the world or the rate at which the world is changing will certainly punish us so hard if we can't also be able to get into that conversation and find where that global space takes Africa. And this one now we're trying to look at universities and institutions of higher learning because we believe these are students who have at least had a chance to go into primary education, go into secondary education, go into tertiary education, and therefore they have the ability. It is much more easier to train them into what they're supposed to do. Okay, so we have so far had, we started this barely 4 months ago. The first launch, we did it at Cavendish University, Uganda. The second one, we did it at Eastbart University. The third one, we did it at King Caesar University. And now we are expecting to do the fourth one at Makerere University. That I think will be on around 12th of December. Okay, so the call we are making out there now that we're in the Black Business Network, we just calling upon if you are out there, you're an entrepreneur, you believe in social change, you have made transformation in your own business. We need these experiences to come out to our young people. We need these experiences to come out to our lecturers. If, for example, you are also in an area of skilling, because later we want to also go into the global skilling area. Now, what do we mean by the global skilling? Yes, our universities, are doing good, but we will say that there are still so many things that we need to work hand in hand with people out there to be able, again, to make sure that the necessary skills are actually getting onto our people. So if, for example, you are an expert, let's say in machine learning, you are an expert in big data, you are an expert in different technological solutions, or you are an expert in fintech, or you are an expert in leadership. Okay, if you have those skills, you just don't know what impact that would make by getting to be part of this lecture series, or being able to organize online sessions, and we are able to provide students who can come on board to learn directly from you as an expert in this area. Okay, so what we're doing is that with technology, while it would have been hard to get very well qualified lecturers on the global scale, but now with technology, if we do this facilitation, we now have a platform using our Tanya Innovations Africa platform. We have all these students we have most of these students, we have gone to these universities, making the students subscribe and have one platform area where they can be able to follow these conversations. So equally, if we have lectures on this platform, it will be very easier to take only one expert lecturer from, example, let me say MIT, okay, MIT, okay, and have that lecture and scale down to different students in universities here, okay. So and equally, we could be able to still scale the same by taking it to different institutions of higher learning, because these are recorded lectures. But if we know that they are coming from some of the global leading experts, then that will help a long way to ensure that our students, just besides what they learn, they could be able to be taught by the best on global scales, and therefore we could be able to utilize some of these skills to make our continent get better, okay? We also are paying attention in the area of startup ecosystems, okay? We know that, you know, there is nothing much you can do, especially if the business environment, if the mind of the young people in terms of how to manage business doesn't go very well. If we don't have people who are very innovative, young people who are very innovative, to be able to create their own jobs. Yeah, unemployment in Africa is quite a challenge as of today, and as it has been for many years. But we don't need to keep on having the same conversation year in, year out. If we have something that, if we cannot engage some partners out there who can work hand in hand with us who are on ground to start changing this conversation, we need now to start asking ourselves, how many businesses have we been able to put in place? How many people are we employing, you know, per country every year? So, but with the advent of digital technology, we don't just have to limit ourselves in here. So, do you have some business models, or are you having some business that you think that could be helpful? Do you have models, you know, like startup models? Are you an expert in startup area? Do you want to train some young people who are just new graduates and they want to set up maybe new businesses, or you want to train them of how they can transform the problems within their business environment into working business? Okay, you may be an expert back in the US or some of the developing countries, but we can work hand in hand to be able to make sure that we scale this business within our environment. It is quite a challenge here, and these are areas that we would think that would be very helpful to the young people to make sure that the issue of unemployment can be seriously dealt with. And as we are having different African countries right now are having aspirations of moving from low developing countries or low income countries to middle income countries by 2030, 2040. Okay, you should be able to know that we are now struggling. Most of these countries are below they're below that standard line. Okay, but the youth form a very formidable resource that can be utilized to cause these changes. So if you believe in social entrepreneurship, if you believe in training people in terms of startups, if you believe in being able to give maybe free online, some of them, if at all, we can have them the pricing scaled down, you could still be able to work with Tanya Innovations, and we could be able to still also have the issue of marketing. And in terms of marketing, we back here in Africa, we have not had a very good share of publicity on the global scale. So if, for example, you have a good network of many people who are listening, people who want now to learn the changes that have happened in Africa. Many people have misinformation about our continent and our countries. So if you are in that space of providing that forum where we can be able to showcase what we have in our countries, please also feel free. I know for sure that besides many other stories that have been talked about our continent, there are still very many supernatural things that the rest of the world has spoiled, and naturally some of these things are just in our environment. If, for example, if we go into the area of tourism, yeah, you want to look at the 5 big animals, the cheetahs, the lions, the elephants, name them, the tigers, okay, you'll find, and then you want to find them in an actual natural system. Now you will be talking about Africa, and I think these are areas that we need to make sure that very many young people who are out there, maybe in developing countries, they have seen the skyscrapers, they have seen the nice roads, but they don't know what it actually means to talk about nature or natural beauty. Okay, so those are things that we showcase. We make a number of documentaries for national parks. We make documentaries about our towns. We make documentaries about nature. We want to make sure that we can expose, we can allow citizens who are coming from countries that have been maybe due to development, you will say maybe they have been adulterated, or they have gone into those higher space, but that higher space has not given them a chance to still conserve the natural beauty and environment. Okay, this is the only place you will wake up early in the morning and you have a very nice sunshine, from morning till evening. Okay, you'll be able to walk into very huge forests, with very large flora and fauna. Yeah, you'll be able to see beauty that you have never seen. The green lush of the our environment is so amazing. Yeah, so these type of stories may not easily get that global space. Okay, because either people are talking about, if we are having people talking about going to the Mars, if we're having people talking about satellites, if we're having people talking about artificial intelligence, if we're having people, the internet crowded with, all these innovations, digital innovations, then you will find that it will be hard to bring the conversation about beauty of nature. But we all know that Mother Nature is a very important part of us, and therefore we need to promote it, and we still need to let our young people appreciate the essence of nature. Maybe that will help the future generation to avoid, or it will help future generation to limit the negative effect on our environment through appropriate climate change actions. Yeah, because we are talking about avoiding pollution, we are talking about the carbon mass and stuff like that. But you can imagine what that would mean to our generation in future, because they don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, but if somebody came in Africa, if we have investors who are able to make sure that they can come down on ground here to ensure that the mother nature of Africa could provide such incredible information, then it would also be a useful tool, or a comparison, a tool to compare and be able to help many other generations that are coming. Okay. Now, one critical part of technology that I want to talk about today, we are talking about digital. We're talking about digital economy. Okay, so if you are in the space of digital skilling, yeah, we'll also be very much interested to work with you. As we speak today, we have very many initiatives that are being carried out by governments and private sectors in African countries in order to enable migrating the traditional business models into the digital space. Okay. Now we still have a number of gaps, or let me not call them gaps, but opportunities. We still have a lot, immense opportunities in the area of digital economy. So if, for example, you are in the area of digital skilling and you're trying to penetrate the African markets, please come work with us, work through Tanya Innovations on how, one, we can do those skilling, but at least we'll be able to give you proper researched information to be able to show you the, to navigate you through our ecosystem, to make you appreciate, what would I say, the nature of the digital landscape, the nature of the digital map, okay? So that you could be able to know which areas are critical in terms of our economy. Yeah, I've worked with quite a number of people who make assumptions and say, no, if these skills are working already on the global scale in the US or in Europe, this is exactly what should be working back here. Now, while that would be the dream that we all need to have, but because of the uniqueness that we have back here in Africa, you might need to get reliable, credible information that can give you insights of how we are structured, number one, but number two, the status. Okay, if we talk about the status of our digital economic system, and then also to be able to show you the projections, the aspirations through sustainable development goals, the aspirations through the digital roadmap. Okay, so because we now have many African countries that are now dreaming to use the digital platforms to be able to create tenfold economic, to create tenfold economic resources, okay, for their economies. Okay, so there's so much space in that area, and if you are interested in working that area, please get in touch with us. Let us see how we can actually be able to go about that. Okay. Now, besides the inter-university, I would like also still to emphasize the issue of real estate. Okay, real estate. In the previous talk show, I've been able to talk about the opportunities of real estate in Africa. Okay, the land system that we have back here in Africa, the policies that are in place here are not as strict or bad as many policies that we have found in other countries. So if somebody has his resources, he or she has a very high chance to invest in real estate back here in Africa. You can be able to put up your business and you'll be able to make lots of money. You can be able to invest even in your homes. Okay, we know that in some other countries, somebody might not have a chance to own his own home permanently. Okay, yeah, but if you are out there and you are in this Black Business network, it doesn't matter whether your ancestral is in Ghana or is in South Africa or wherever it is. It actually means that you can have an opportunity to set up a business. You can have an opportunity to build a home. You can have an opportunity to build a hotel and somebody helps you to do that management. Okay, so you don't only have to be worried about doing the business that you yourself have to govern. Now, with the type of networks we're providing in Tanya Innovations, we can create partnerships, okay, of how we can help you. If, for example, you identified what business area you have interest in, we can be able to carry out that feasibility down on the ground, and we can work hand in hand with you, be able to make sure that we do most of those process management on your behalf, sign official legal documents, make all those legal ties, and then be able to help you run your business. Of course, then we can, since it's a partnership, we can be able to agree on how to be able to share the outcomes of such event. Okay, so your work will be majorly saying, I have these resources and I'm interested in ABC business, and we'll be able to help you manage in that accord. And like I've said, now real estate, it's because it's now a very popular area back here in Africa, because we are doing a lot of infrastructural projects. Okay, so if you
good morning, Evans. Good morning. Good morning. You're doing a great job. And Rita, we're glad that you're here. You're doing a great job. It's always great when we have y'all from Africa to come in and talk. Rita, where are you located?
Thank you, Evans, for your presentation. Genius is coming. I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all. Wow. When I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Rose.
It's time for you to start bossing in social media. For all your social media needs, you've come to the right place at the right time to get your website designed, landing page, social media platforms, and get the training you need to get in front of the people that's ready to buy your products and services. Let me train you with StreamYard, Zoom, Clubhouse, and much more. And let me help you get your virtual professionals, not assistants, because assistants can only assist you, but the virtual professionals can give you that professional flavor that you need to expand your reach and increase your revenue. Jump on in and get in where you fit in and start bossing today.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into to what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons that I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being, with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America. And my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 Minutes of Success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Be the spark that ignites change. Join us at the Ignite Your Life for Life Virtual Summit, where resolutions reignite and dreams refuel. December 14th, Saturday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern. It's an unforgettable day of growth and transformation with outstanding speakers that will grace the Ignite's global stage. Tiffany Williams-Para, Sherelle D. Mims, Aaron Page, Shirley Murphy, Dr. Lavella Mowbray, Brian K. McNeil, hosted by Dr. Lotus Richey and co-host Coach Chuck. Don't miss this space to reset, recharge, and reclaim your dreams and to head into the new year stronger, wiser, and more connected than ever before. Click the link in the description and grab your tickets today.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
It's a great day in every way. Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I am your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about, you guessed it, business. And this morning, we will be hosting a fireside chat with an amazing speaker, Mr. Virgil Thornton. Mr. Virgil Thornton is an experienced sales and servicing manager. He's a professional with a myriad of years of automotive experience, and he specializes in selling luxury automobiles, training sales professionals, and servicing staff and managing with both domestic and luxury dealership operations at a general manager's level. I present to you for this amazing fireside chat, Mr. Virgil Thornton, who will also be accompanied by life coach James Bonds, Rita DeGaudy. Virgil Thornton is our speaker, and of course, Gail Brown. Hello, Virgil. Hello, guests. How are you today?
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
Doing very well. Well, it looks like you have an outstanding panel of amazing speakers for this fireside chat. And I am so happy that you all are here this morning. And I'm going to leave you to it. We want to hear from your genius because genius is common. And I'll see you on the other side.
I'll see you on the other side. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Again, my name is Virgil Thornton with CMV Communicators. And of course, we have our coaching team with us today with almost 100 years of combined experience. And at CMV Communicators, we believe that if exceptional leadership is what you seek, producing extraordinary results that can't be beat, then become a cut above the rest and put CMV Communicators executive coaching team to the test. Because the road to success is too long and life itself is too short for you or your team to be producing anything less than your best. At CMV Communicators, we help emerging leaders to become good leaders and good leaders to become exceptional. We do this through executive coaching, leadership training, and professional development. And as I spoke earlier, part of our team is right here on this chat, and it is going to be exciting. We do have Gail Guest Brown. She's all the way out in California. She's part of our team. And we're coming together, all of these coaches, as part of a big event that we're doing, actually a big proposal we're doing for a major university. But as far as today, I'd also like to introduce Mr. Orville Ingram. He's out of New York. And we also have Mr. James Bonds. He's out in Texas. And I'll let each of the coaches do a slight introduction of themselves, and we'll dive right into some of these questions. And we'll start, of course, with Coach Gail.
Good morning. Good morning. So happy to see you all. So I am Guest Brown Impact over here in Sacramento, California. We're all about all things leadership and all things equity. So I'm Gail Guest Brown, CEO of Guest Brown Impact, an award-winning executive leadership coach, equity leadership strategist, where I work with women of color to overcome challenges to equity in the workplace. I also work with businesses and their challenges to equity in the workplace. So at Guest Brown Impact, we love helping our women in those spaces where they feel unseen and unsupported. So we offer coaching, also negotiations, anything they need to be successful at work. Do I work with men? Yes, I work with men as well.
Fantastic. And next, of course, we'll have Coach Orville out of New York.
Oh, hi. Thank you so much, Virgil. And first, I want to say happy Thanksgiving to those who celebrated Thanksgiving, and just a big thank you for inviting me. My name is Orville Ingram. I'm out of New York. I'm an educator turned CEO of Ingram Educational Consulting. I work with educational institutions, but I also work with private equity firms, focus on everything leadership. My interest is really around inclusive leadership because I'm from the DEI world. So I really focus more on inclusive leadership to help leaders to not only build their own leadership capacity around equity and inclusion,
but also build their teams to make sure that they are, being functional and they are supporting everyone to feel belong and feel accepted in the workplace. So again, my name is Orville Ingram out of New York.
Fantastic. And last but not least on the call today, we have Mr. James Bond.
I am Bond, James Bond, the best life coach that ever lived. Why? Because the great I am said that I am, but no one else's approval. My specialty is communication because, believe it or not, only 26% of people on this planet know how to properly communicate. So if life doesn't make sense, you need to call me. I can make it make sense to you. Coach Bond, James Bond, the only one.
Absolutely. I love that. I love that.
Thank you, sir. And my company is welldrivenlife.com.
Okay.
Fantastic. And of course, diving right in, we are going to have a nice discussion. And of course, because we have so many persons on the call, we're going to limit the responses, if we can, to 2 to 3 minutes. And of course, we want to share some of that 100 years of experience with our audience. And I would say our first question would be, and I get asked this question often, what inspired you to become a coach, and how does your background influence your coaching style? Gail, can you lead us in on that one?
Hello, Virgil. Yeah. So what inspired me to be a leadership coach is I came to this with about, at the time I decided I had 30 years of leadership experience, and I was with a leadership coach on my transition plan. I wanted to transition away from nonprofit. I had 30 years of leadership across 5 segments of business, from nonprofit to corporate to tech to faith. And I wanted to think about next steps, and coaches are great for that, and she helped me realize that I could put that leadership experience to use for others behind me on the path, right? As a person, my mission statement is to be a beacon to others on the path to living peacefully, joyfully, authentically, and on purpose. And it was a great fit for that mission statement, that purpose statement.
Oh, fantastic. And I know, Coach Over, your background comes from education in New York. What inspired you to become a coach and performance and career coaching? And as far as your background, what influenced you as far as your coaching style? Hello, Coach Oval, you there? All right, Coach Bonds, can you let us know what that, as far as your coaching style and your background, what influenced it?
Yes, my coaching style really came from my childhood because people always wanted to tell me all of their issues and their problems. I didn't like that when I was a kid. I thought it was very strange growing up in a very rough area, just north of Detroit there. And so, I wondered what was going on with that. So over the years passed by, it kind of took off. My business took off. And in college, I was actually assistant manager at a major retailer. And they started to send me all these Wigglers, Stephen Covey. They sent me to all these programs. I'm like, what is this about? And then so in 2007, I used to own a Mercedes dealership in Florida. In 2007, business partner, mentor, decided to burn me. So I lost $6.1 million.
Wow.
Homeless. And so my attorney said, what's next? I said, this thing called life coaching is coming out. I think it fits you because you have the answer for everything, quote unquote, but you also understand how to listen to people. Mm-hmm. So I started my company in August 2008, and it is my why. It's not what I do for fun. It's not what I do for a side job. It's not a side hustle. It is what I'm put on earth to do. What I woke up this morning to do is to help people understand communication, and leadership is for everybody.
Absolutely. And what we need is definitely great leadership. And of course, Coach Oval, like I was saying, of course, your background coming out of education in New York, and over 40 schools that you were dealing with there. That's a lot of kids and a lot of administration. What in your background influenced your leadership style?
Well, certainly I'm going to say this is more personal than it is professional, because my experience with inclusion and working in terms of leadership really started from my brother, who was diagnosed with epilepsy. He had a stroke when he was younger, and he influenced me, or even brought me or exposed me to what inclusion is. Because back in the day, when you were a youngster back in the island, if you had a physical handicap, you were placed in a handicap school. He was 2 years older than I was. I was placed in a regular school. He was placed in a handicap school, and we were right next to each other. And I recognized that he did not have a cognitive disability. He had a physical disability, but they dumbed him down by putting him in a handicap school. That was my first exposure to exclusion, which brought me to inclusion. And I felt like it found me than I found it, because for some reason, as we went through life, I ended up in education, teaching special education, and working in DEI, and doing all of those things which involved inclusive practices. So I don't know if I, sought out this role. It definitely came to me because I experienced it as a young man growing up with my brother who had a disability. So I'm here in 2018. I decided to start my own company, focusing on education with the goal of inclusive practices for students with disabilities, and helping parents to ensure that they have a say in their kids' education. And as I grew in this work, I started working with companies around inclusive practices as well. So it has become full circle. Virgil, you and I were in the John Maxwell team. This is a part of the work we do. And, I'm a leader, and I'm growing leaders because I have 2 boys, and I'm continuing to make sure that they experience, what it means to be a leader in this space.
How I got into the specialty that I got into. I do want to say that while I was in all those different fields, tech, corporate, faith, no matter where I was, I realized that we as women and my colleagues, we were being passed over for promotions. We were not being seen. We were not being valued. Our contributions were basically unseen. And I realized that was an injustice. And I wanted to, so when I hung out my shingle, it's not that I have anything against men. I love men. I'm married to a man. but I wanted to make sure that our sisters were getting their fair share of the pie, that they would learn to negotiate, that they would advocate for themselves, right? Because I think a lot of us thought that if I just do a great job, they'll see me and they'll award me, it'll be fair, but it's not always fair. And I just wanted to bring that to their attention and make sure that they were equipped to deal with the world and saw the landscape as it truly was. And so that's why I focus on women in my business, but I serve everyone, right? And I focus on Black women, but I serve anyone, right? So I did want to say that, and I appreciate my brothers on this screen who have shared their life experience. And so many of us, make that pain our gain, right? We don't want anybody else to go through that. So thank you for sharing that.
Fantastic. And of course, my background comes out of the automotive industry, and before that, electrical nuclear testing on carriers and submarines, and seeing that there's a lot of people from different backgrounds who want to succeed, but they just don't know the way. And it said that a great leader knows the way, shows the way, because he or she has gone the way. And of course, we want to do that with others. And of course, as we move along, as far as just looking at some of our experiences, if we looked at our leadership development, for instance, what would you say as an executive coach, from an executive coach perspective, what are the top 3 traits that effective leaders should have, and how can professionals at any level cultivate these traits? Coach Bonds.
Yes, the top 3 traits I would say is going to be humility, it's going to be character, and it's going to be the approachable. Because at the end of the day, what an executive needs to know is that he or she is not the leader necessarily of the company as far as the ground. I was said this when I had my dealership years ago, was that my lot porter, we call him back in those days, is the actual owner and runner of the company. We tend to think just because we're in charge that we're in charge. Some people get that in a minute. We have to understand is that the people we serve is our employees as an executive of a company. So that character trait has to be understood, and more so overstood, that it's about serving people. The higher you go, the more leadership the more leadership you gain, the higher your servant leadership should come into place. And for me, it was an honor to sit back and tell the CEOs the fact of the more you serve, the higher you go, the more you serve. So just really getting them to understand that life is about making sure that you take care of people who are taking care of you. That's the 3 traits to continue to grow your character, because your character is really all you own. All these fancy cars, fancy clothes, fancy suits, all the eaten by moths. So your character is who you actually are. And for me, being nominated and voted since I joined Maxwell team, top 100 of 26,000 coaches twice, was an honor that I didn't see coming. Just getting an email and a letter was like, this is incredible. And at the end of the day, the higher I go, the higher they go, the more servant they need to become.
Fantastic. And what about you as far as your perspective, Coach Oval? Again, coming from the education background.
Yeah, and especially coming from the education world, I've experienced leadership in many different ways, for myself, but also what I've seen from other leaders. And the 3 things I would say that I've kind of shaped my leadership based on what I've seen and how I've seen people grow. First thing is around empathy. I think a leader must be empathetic, and especially in this world and the workplaces that we work in right now, where people really need to be more connected to the person that's leading them. And empathy, and just to kind of go back on what James said, I was thinking about Simon Sinek's, words around, you should, don't be be the leader who, the leader is not someone who is in charge, but take care of the people who are in his charge or her charge. And oftentimes leaders tend to forget that. They just want to be in charge and just kind of take care of business. But there are people that you're working with. And I think about the human side of leadership. And that's the piece that where empathy really comes in. The other part is really integrity. And integrity can be somewhat subjective, because different people have different experiences on what they deem to be, play a role in their character building and how people see them in terms of being, having integrity. But I think at the ground level, integrity, just being a true person and be honest and be respectful, knowing that you're leading people and they want someone who's going to lead them with honesty. They want someone who's real. People will definitely follow someone who's real than someone who is just telling them what to do. So I just love that, that idea around integrity. Now, the other one is, to just be authentic. And because I'm coming from the DEI world and and this is, and I'm sure the other coaches can speak to this, especially as a Black person working in corporate America and in any workplace in America. One can tell you to be authentic as much as possible. But you know that when you step into certain spaces, you're trying to be authentic and be yourself, but you also have to put on that armor of protection around you. So I ask leaders to just really give people space to really and truly be authentic and to be their authentic self. And if you're being authentic and they can see that you're truly a trusting individual, they'll feel more open to be authentic, because it's not easy, especially for certain subgroups, to be authentic in the workplace. But if a leader is being authentic, then they definitely will feel more authentic in how they approach the work.
Fantastic. Fantastic. And it seems as though Coach Gail, you wanted to chime in and say a couple of things?
I would like to chime in. They've covered quite a few things that I agree with. One of the things I would say that all leaders need in this day and age is inclusive leadership. And so inclusive leadership would be like hearing all voices, making sure all voices get some space and time in the room. Also having a little bit of cultural humility, spending the time. Of course, there's so much to know about all of us. We're all such different flavors and come from such different cultures. But they could visit an ERG group, for example, on a regular basis to be acquainted, to get more, to know more about each of the different groups that work in the organization. The other thing I would say in this day and age for executive leaderships is courage, right? You have to have the courage to stand in what you know to be true and to stand for others. I heard both of the coaches say servant leadership. That's so important. But even to be a servant leader, you have to stand for your people and have the courage to do so. So courage is big these days. So I talked about inclusive leadership. I talked about courage. I think the other one I would think about is just to remember that at the helm of your ship, you bring the spirit. So if you're peaceful, that you spend some time every day orienting yourself, grounding yourself before you run into that battle, right? Because if you show up hectic, frantic, your people are going to feel that. And so the leader has to be settled, grounded as they meet the challenges of the day, as they're meeting with their people. They have to be prepared to or know that their emotions, the way they comport themselves, the way they respond to people, how they do what they do is as important as what they do.
Absolutely. And if I could add to that from my perspective, I would say first, a visionary, because regardless of the level we find ourselves as leaders, we must have vision. It is stated in the book I read, man without vision or woman shall perish. And we must have that vision, where we are and where we want to go. Because if we don't know where we're going, we'll never know once we've gotten there. Also like to look at resilience, because as a leader, of course, as Gail was speaking about, you're going to find yourself on some rocky ground. And we want to always have a firm foundation of our standing as a leader, because then our followers see that we're in control and then they will follow. And of course, that resilience, we will get knocked down, and it's okay to get knocked down. Just don't stay down, get back up. So we need that resilience, regardless of the level we find ourselves as a leader. And of course, in the bookend of that will be a communicator. I know that all of us do public speaking, and there are no great leaders who aren't great communicators. So we must be able to communicate our message in a crystal clear manner to our followers. Otherwise, there's chaos. We've all experienced that. So those would be my 3 traits that you can actually incorporate at any level. That's adaptability, resilience, and of course, becoming a great communicator. And as we move along, of course, because there's so many areas that we can speak on as coaches, and all of us have different experiences. Like I say, we have almost 100 years here. But one thing for sure, it is said, no matter what happens, there will always be change. And we must adapt to change. So I would say, what advice do you offer to help professionals stay relevant in today's rapid changing market and workforce dynamics? Because it's always changing. We got AI on the scene now. So, and of course we have all these different platforms when we're looking at social media. So Coach Oval, how would you approach that as far as staying relevant today with all the changes that are going on? How do you get that across to your clients?
Stay close to the fire, stay connected to the people, and stay aware of what their experiences are, because changes can be brutal depending on what's happening, whether it be in the socio-political world that we live in right now, or in the workplace with especially DEI under fire that is being pulled in so many directions. There are leaders who are coming and going. So in terms of helping employees and leaders to really understand what it means to really adapt to change, especially around change leadership, is really to stay close and connected to the people that they serve. My work with in terms of executive coaching and working with leaders is always to kind of get a sense of how connected they are with the people that they serve. Because when there's a change to be made, how are you communicating that? Do they feel like they can trust what you're saying because you've always been open with them? Can they trust you to say, this is why we're moving in this direction? So I think it's just really staying close to the people that you serve and really getting them to understand that you can be trusted when change is coming.
Fantastic. And Gail, what would be your perspective on that? I know you deal with a lot of ladies in regards to change. And like my wife, she liked changing her hair, changing a lot of the decorations around the house, kind of used to change. What would be your approach to that?
Well, what I would say is that, change is the only constant in the world, right? Everything is changing. And so it's something we have to get comfortable with. I think in terms of staying abreast of what's coming and so that you're not surprised by it, is to always be, I advocate for my clients as well to be in the know in terms of the research articles I get articles from Korn Ferry, I read articles from Harvard Business Review. I have a Google alert on my Gmail for DEI, so I can stay abreast of what's happening in that world. And so I think part of getting comfortable with the change is just being ahead of it. Keep your eye on the horizon. Don't have your head down like this, because the world is happening out here. So keep your eye on the horizon and try to stay abreast of what's coming, so that you can be prepared and be responsive. As leaders, we need to be prepared and we need to be in the know. The other thing I was going to say about change was that I think one of the things that helped me when I was going through a lot of changes, knowing if you're a spiritually based person, and I am a God-fearing person. So, and one of the things that helped me was from our Daily Bread, and it said, "My uncertain future is safe in the hands of an all-knowing God." So that really helped me to embrace change and to know that I can't know everything, but I can trust my God to take care of me no matter what comes. I can do all the prep I want to do, but I can trust God who is all-knowing and all powerful, right? Thank you.
Fantastic. I tend to ride that same train as far as staying ahead of the time. And Toyota, the starter or founder of Toyota Lexus. His philosophy is stay ahead of the times. And again, getting into those different journals and going to different conferences. And I think that's a conference that the three of us met. And that was through Black Enterprise. And that's, of course, when we share in that synergy as far as what's going on. A lot of times we look at ourselves as competitors, but we're not. We actually, there's a space for all of us because we have a different perspective we bring to the table. So, of course, we can learn from one another. And when we share in that synergy, then yes, that helps us to stay ahead of the times. And then I also like to embrace the philosophy of Kaizen, which is a Japanese word which means continual improvement. So every day, how do I improve by at least 1%? So at the end of the week, I've improved by 7%. And at the end of the month, 30%. So again, it's nothing wrong with those small steps and humble beginnings. So again, I like to continuously improve. And those are things that I like to share with my clients as far as just improve a little bit each day. If you can do 5 push-ups today, let's make it 6 by the end of the week. And then next week, let's make it 7. And before you know it, you're doing 50. So again, let's have those humble beginnings and let's make that improvement incrementally each day. But what I don't want to do, of course, is we run out of time. So I'm going to do it early. And that again is Gail and of course, Coach Oval. If you can let our audience know how they can connect with you. I don't want us to run out of time before that. And then we'll get to the next question if we have time. Okay. Same thing with you, Coach Bonds. How can people connect with you? We'll start with Gail. We'll go with Coach Bonds, and then we'll go with our Coach Oval.
Hello. So you can connect me on various social media channels, LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, all under either Gail Guest Brown. My business name is Guest Brown Impact. And so my website is guestbrownimpact.com. No spaces, no hyphens, no dots. guestbrownimpact.com. Thank you.
And for me, it's Well Driven Life. That's welldrivenlife.com. And again, I'm on James Bond. And 866-775-5233 is a number as well.
Wonderful. They can reach me at through my website, ingramedconsultant.com. So that's Ingram, ED consultant.com. Or they can find me on any of the social media website. I'm most active on LinkedIn and on Facebook, but certainly Orville Ingram on LinkedIn, and you'll find me there.
And I think I was cut off earlier. Sorry about that. I was cut off earlier. I wanted to come real quick, Virgil, about clients remaining relevant. 2 quick things I want to say about that is that I have all my clients run to failure. Run as fast as you can to failure. Try to seek failure. It has to happen. Get to it as fast as you can get to it. And the second thing is going to be to be relevant. I had a client I was coaching in the Southeast. He owned one of the major Black construction companies. And I make all my clients go to at least 3 conferences a year based off what you do for a living. So he had just come back from a concrete conference that I forced him to go to. A major school system come up at the last minute with this RFP for this concrete work, and everybody else looked around the room. He said, like, we can't get that concrete dry that fast. He just came back from a conference about the concrete and took on $1 million project because he had just come back from a minute ago to the conference. If you are a builder, you need to be at a wood conference. Concrete. If you're a teacher, you need to be at an educational conference. You have to remain relevant in your space. Otherwise, go home and take a nap. Coach Bond.
Absolutely. And of course, connecting with me is through our website, cmvcommunicators.com. You can reach me directly at 757-719-3400. And as we continue, we learn through stories, through many thousands of years. It's the transition of stories. Starting with Coach Oval, can you share a memorable success story with a client whose transformation deeply resonated with you? And what key lessons can the other three coaches and our listening audience draw from that journey?
Oh, I had a client not so recently, but I think his story resonated with me more than anything else because of the transformation that happened. And when we started on our journey in terms of the coaching engagement, getting to know him by doing all the assessments and just kind of like talking through things, I realized that he has been through a lot. He has been through a lot. And the focus was on him just being more disciplined. He wanted to be able to be disciplined in whatever, task he was taking on. But sometimes I find that clients come wanting to take care of a certain thing, and it's more on the professional side. And when you dig deeper, you realize that sometimes it's more the personal side that's really affecting the professional side, and they're using the professional side as a cop out, so to speak. So we ended up having more conversation about his personal journey, and recognized that this was a young man who had gone through the prison system, who had experienced some really brutal things during that time, came out, wanted to transform his life, get married, have a child. But what he did not do was really address the trauma that he experienced, and brought all of that into his relationship, into his work, and with the hope that he would just get through it because he has been released. So we had to go through a lot of conversation around, what he needed to do, not only to be more disciplined in the task that he was taking on, but to really address the trauma that he experienced. So I coached with someone else who was more therapeutic to ensure that he was getting that therapeutic help, as well as the executive coaching that he wanted, that he came for. But coming through me, he was able to really tap into what was really the issue. And during that time, he really made a great deal of change and transformation. And in fact, he has come to the realization that, and it just so happened that one day we were in a coaching session and he just say, "Hey, Orville, I want to do what you do." And I'm like, "What?" He's like, "I want to do what you do." I said, "What does that mean?" I said, I want to coach, and I want to coach men who have been recently released from prison." And we went through that conversation. I was just shocked by the fact that he just he saw what I did and with him, and he felt like, I want to do this for others. And he's went through the John Maxwell leadership team. He got certified, and he is now a life coach working with men who have been recently released from prison. So I love the transformation, and I love to know that folks are really taking this in. But you go in with the hope that you're doing the work because it's the work that you do. You just never know how people are going to transform and how they will transform other people's lives. So I love that. I really, love his story. And every time I get a chance to talk to him and to check in with him, I go back to, wow, I see the transformation.
Oh, fantastic. And Gail, any stories or success stories, resonates with you that you could share that we can glean some information from? And
yeah. Yeah, thank you so much for asking that question. One of my recent clients came to mind, and I want you to know I work with some brilliant people, brilliant women, right? But all of us are dealing sometimes with some internal messages that we're telling ourselves. They're old stories from childhood, but they're still in our head. But one in particular I can think of joined me for a 6-month Command Your Worth at Work workshop I was having, because a lot of times women, we have to believe and understand our value that we're bringing and learn how to communicate that value and then learn how to negotiate it. So long time together. But over that time, we're working on confidence. We're working on the influence playback. We're working on helping them to communicate better. And so after going through 6 months of that, this particular person was my hardest person to reach, often missing classes. I have to reach back out to her and follow up. But I'm going to tell you, she took that in. At the end of this session, we get professional headshots, right? We get professional shots. She did that. She wasn't feeling like she was ready to do that. She wanted to lose some more weight, but she did it anyway. And then next thing I know, she's blowing up on LinkedIn. She's gotten her professional headshots out there. She's written that book that she had been telling herself that could never happen. She negotiated for a raise. She raised her salary like 40%. And then she left that company because she left that company because she got offered another company by another job at her dream job. And so now she's working at her dream job. She's released her new book. She's being compensated fairly. She's on top of the world, and I get to watch it all, right? So that's kind of cool.
That's nice. That's nice.
Thank you.
And Coach Bond, of course you have a story you'd like to share.
Yes. Yeah. It's interesting because my client base is about 90% of the other persuasion. But about 10% of my client base is professional African American women, and so I had a young lady. I would say young lady. She's younger than me, and she came to me and she was concerned about her company and growing her company. So just speaking with her and realizing that everything you need is right here. You're not looking for anything. Everything is looking for you. So in a 6-month period, she went from about $40,000 a month to almost $200,000 a month. And what I had to explain to her, it's not about the money. The money belongs to who you serve. The money was yours before you were born. So realizing the one thing I taught her, that I learned early in my career, was that we have to focus on never being nice in business, CEO. Never being nice as a CEO. I'm saying it again, never being nice as a CEO. You have to be fair. Fair keeps you out of favoritism statements. Fair keeps you out of he, she, like him, her. Keeps you out of all the nonsense. So once you realize that it's okay to demote, it's okay to demand accountability, it's okay to move people around, because guess what? Most time in the company, somebody's on the wrong seat on the wrong bus, or worst case, the wrong seat on the same bus. So once she realized that, she has to come back and get that juggling around and not worry about who's who. Are they performing? Your staff, servant leadership, I love you to death. But in these 4 walls, you're going to perform. So once she got that narrowed down, she went well over 6 figures a month and was crying profusely and shocked at the fact that, and I explained to her, it's waiting on you. You're not waiting on it. That's my 2-cent story.
Oh, nice. Very nice. Because what comes to mind for me is one of my clients, and I always like to start with that vision. First, I asked her, where do you want to go? She felt she was dead end in her job because she couldn't go any higher. So my question was, of course, would you like to stay here for the next 20 to 30 years before you retire? Or would you like to do something different? She said, of course, she'd like to do something different. Now we need to find out what that is. So we took a strength test to find out what her strengths and weaknesses were and what occupations that best were suited for those strength areas. We figured that out. And the question I always like to ask my clients, of course, is if you won the $500 million lottery, so money is not an issue, what would you do with your time? Because now you've bought back your time. That's pretty much why we work. We want the time. So now that you have control of your time, what would you do with it? She said, I love to cook. Okay. So then let's look at cooking. Cooking, or cooking, baking? She likes to bake. So she started her own side business baking to the point that it replaced her income where she was working for the city. With that, she also wrote a book for youth, as far as youth cooking, to get them started, because she always told me stories about how her mother used to bring her into the kitchen, and that's where they had conversations as her mother was preparing meals. Long story short, she owns her own business. She's published her book, and it's all based on cooking. First, where are you and where you're trying to get to? So from there, of course, we determine, what do we want? Then we need to know, what are we willing to give up? She was willing to give up that extra time to start building her business. And then we needed to come up with a plan. That plan is the bridge from where she was at to where she wanted to be. So we devised a plan, and then we worked that plan, going back to Kaizen. How do we improve by 1% each day? So on that plan, we concentrated on one thing per day, to the point that she was able to make that transition. And then, of course, as Coach Bonds was speaking about, we want that association where we're going to those conferences. Again, the way the three of us met. We want to go to those conferences and those learning institutions and bringing in as much information as possible, like Gail was speaking about, in regards to becoming the experts in our field. When I think of that word, even expert, I think about the book Outliers. And of course, speaking about the 10,000 hours of focused work to become an expert. And when we think about it, a lot of times in our jobs, we've been engaged with that profession for over 10,000 hours. So how do we move that focus into what we really want to do? And as Coach Bonds was saying, what we want to do is calling us. We just have to give that listening ear, as Gail was speaking about, in regards to listening for those plans he has for me. And of course, we understand those plans are for me. As we move along, of course, because we could have a boss conversation on just some of the things we've gone through. Now, as far as coaches, sometimes, of course, in the professional field, as far as professional football, and I think about, again, I got to pull it out. LeBron James, a lot of persons have heard about him in basketball. This gentleman spends $1 million a year on investing in himself. And I think that was some of the things that Coach Bonds was bringing about. And then, of course, it is said also, we as coaches and also our clients, and we should invest at least 5 to 10% of our annual income back into ourselves. Pity for the farmer who doesn't invest in his land, because he won't have a crop. So with that in mind, as coaches, how do you stay relevant in your field of expertise as far as sharpening your skills? Gail, would you like to start us out in that?
So my personal favorite is going to conferences, right? Like, I just saw you all in Miami at the Black Men Excel conference, but I just signed up last night to go to the Black Enterprise Women's Power Summit in Las Vegas, right? And that I'm always listening for what other people have to say, what's making them shine, what's giving them the glow up. And that's quite an investment. The women's conference is almost 3 times as much as the men's conference is. And you really have to think, okay, is this worth my time? But it's one of the, because I'm an extrovert as well. So it's one of the things, being around other people gives me energy and keeps me motivated. I would have met Virgil. Look at this, right? So, I mean, you meet some awesome people when you reach outside, and he's on the East Coast. Where would we have run into each other, right? If I hadn't been at that conference. So I like conferences. I like to read, so I'm listening for all of the Google alerts I have for leadership, for DEI. So a fair amount of reading, but also I like to I like to be balanced. So I have a spiritual side. I have to balance that side. I have to grow in that way as well. We have some spiritual growth goals. Financially, I like to be well-rounded. Like my husband and I read a financial book a year, right? That kind of thing. So I like to be well-rounded in my growth, not just business. Thank you.
Fantastic. And what would be your approach to that, Coach Oval?
Similarly, I do go to lots of networking events. I do a lot of networking events locally, and that's how I came to know you, Virgil, not through you directly, but because I met someone else at a networking event who knew you and connected us. So you're in Virginia, I'm in New York. Right. I don't know how, but just by networking and connecting with folks, even locally, is an opportunity to just stay sharp and to just know what's going on. Having the conversation and kind of sharpening your skill set around leading others and just talking to others about what you do, it sharpens you. So I have that opportunity to really connect with folks in my local area. One of the things that I've been involved in for the last 2 years is doing some events, both locally in my community, but also in the church. So I also, just to give back to the community I hosted last spring just a networking event, just a business networking event locally, and a lot of folks came out, and that is totally different from the chamber event. And I'm also doing the Global Youth Initiative in the church. I try to do it as consistently as possible every spring and every fall to make sure that I also give back to the community. Conferences is something that I do at least 2 per year, and the John Maxwell Conference is one of the conferences that I attend. I also, I don't do a lot of reading in terms of physically reading books, but I do have a lot of books that I have on tape because I'm always in transit. So I take those books and I listen to them. So I do at least, I would say maybe 2 every month or so. But I try to stay sharp. I'm just trying to keep up on things. Right now I'm focusing on writing a manuscript for inclusive leadership book that I'm kind of drafting. So I'm working on that. So with that, I need to do research and to keep up with the change in time. So I'm constantly trying to get to know what's happening in around leadership and especially in DEI. So just staying sharp and just staying focused and connecting with people.
Wow, that's awesome. Well, Virgil, Gail, James Bond, that is, and Orville, I want to thank you so much for this amazing discussion that you've all shared in this time frame. We needed to hear all of these things. So I just want to say thank you for sharing how people can connect with you. We look forward to everyone around the world connecting with you to really hone in on your genius. We know that genius is coming, and we'll see you on the other side. Thank you again. Oh, wow. That was an amazing discussion. And if you really love this amazing discussion, go ahead and put a 10 in the chat. Put a 10 in the chat, because this is what we do. We bring excellent speakers to you. Not only do we bring excellent speakers, we have more than just excellent speakers going on. You see, the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students, and you may go to www.blackbusinessexpo.com blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. Or you can use the Cash App that's on the screen below. You'll see it. And you can also contact $BBXUSA. That's $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students, you can also register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to go ahead and donate to the scholarship fund. And we want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for our wonderful broadcast during the month of November. NC100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Lotus Roche Coaching and Consulting LLC, Genius is Common, Executive Woman Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you.
It's time for you to start bossing in social media. For all your social media needs, you've come to the right place at the right time to get your website designed, landing page, social media platforms, and get the training you need to get in front of the people that's ready to buy your products and services. Let me train you with StreamYard, Zoom, Clubhouse, and much more. And let me help you get your virtual professionals, not assistants, because assistants can only assist you, but the virtual professionals can give you that professional flavor that you need to expand your reach and increase your revenue. Jump on in and get in where you fit in and start bossing today.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Hello and good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Dr. Lotus Roche, and I'm your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and, you guessed it, thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And our next speaker is joining us all the way from Africa. Her name is Rita Nagudi, and she is the founder and CEO at Poomsy Teas. It's a product of Kapiki Solutions Ltd. She actually established her company back in 2019 in Uganda. And she is a qualified finance professional and a fellow with the Association of Certified Chartered Accountants since about 2015. She has worked in audit, finance, administration, in the private sector, in non-governmental organizations, and in international organizations. Rita has found her passion in herbal teas. As a processor and farmer, and her company's vision is to grow a successful global herbal tea brand that is organic, with the ability to calm, relax, and relieve your aches and pains and wipe your stress away. I'd like you to please welcome our next guest, Rita Nagubi. Rita? Hello, Rita. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing very well. It's a pleasure to have you here today. We know that our guests all around the world are waiting with bated breath to hear from you. So, Rita, let's get right into it. I want to thank you for being here today, and I want to learn more about your business. So, we know that your business started in 2019, but what inspired you to start your business?
Thank you very much. My business is a homegrown herbal tea brand called Pumzi, Swahili to mean Pumzi ya Maisha, the breath of life. I started it in the wake of COVID, where we were looking for alternative medicine. We were looking for something to soothe, something to heal, something to comfort. So I started it in my own kitchen, where I was, getting different herbs, putting them together to be able to come up with a perfect soothing tea. And that's how I got to the market. So fast forward, COVID releases us. We have space to go out to work. I carried one of my blends to my workplace, and my colleagues, my workmates wondered what was that aromatic tea I was taking. So I told them it's my own. I've made it on my own. And then they kept on saying, no, bring me one, bring me one. So just like that, I fall into the business because I got the customers that felt like this is the tea they needed in that season. Yeah.
That's fantastic. And a lot of times this is how amazing things are begun, from what we feel inside. So I know that you took it to them. They absolutely loved it because your business was born. But what is your business model? What do you stand on?
Yes. So mainly we do business to business, where we do process in large scale for other businesses who are involved, who deal in spices and herbs, who we give the products to repackage under their own brand. But we also do have a product that we take directly to the market, to the consumer, under our brand Pumzi. So in this product, we would like to satisfy your tea fancy. So we give it to you either in tea leaf or in tea bag or in powder. Depending on whether you want to brew it, we will give you a powder. You want to feel the herb in it, we will give you the loose leaf. And you want a convenience, we'll give you a tea bag. So we sell directly to the consumer and also to businesses for repackaging, and especially in the hotel industry, to repackage for their clients. Yeah, so that is our model. We do both business to business and business to customers directly through our brand Pumzi.
Right. And it sounds like you have such a diversified way of providing it to your customers and those that you do business with, whereas no one is being left out. So you have a little something for everyone. So I really like that. That's a great model. So does your business have an exit strategy?
Yes, we do have an exit strategy where our vision is to grow a global tea brand that we will be able to sell out.
Yes.
In the next 5 years, and then move to business, where we can do the manufacturing to the person who has bought our brand. That is how that's where we see ourselves in the next 5 years. Build a global brand that is top notch, sell it out to a big business, a big tea brand, big global tea brand that needs to find its way in Africa, and then be their supplier of the ingredients.
Fantastic. That's great, because a lot of companies oftentimes don't have that exit strategy. And so it looks like you actually started with the end goal in mind. So I congratulate you for doing that. So how does your product compete in the sector in Uganda?
currently in Uganda, we have a lot of imported specialty and herbal tea blends. So what we have done is to position ourselves as a local brand that is homegrown. We are working directly with farmers in Uganda, especially in disadvantaged communities, to let the market know that this is our own. This is our own product. And if you support this product, you are building our community. You are adding to our environment, because we are growing herbs that we can coexist with. And the other strategy we have come up with is quality. We ensure that we are in charge of the entire value chain. We are tracking and tracing our farmers to ensure that what we bring to your table is of the highest quality and of origin and organic.
Absolutely love that. That's fantastic. So if someone wants to live healthy, this is a tea that's going to help them do that, because it's healthy, it's organic, and it's not with like just made with a bunch of fillers, because we see that in a lot of other tea brands. So I think that's excellent. That's excellent. As a tea drinker myself, I'm always looking for healthy teas that don't have a lot of additives in it that aren't good for the body. So that's magnificent. So let's talk about your target market. Who is your target market?
We are looking at a health conscious tea enthusiast who is looking for a healthy alternative to a healthy beverage that is not only going to give you the pleasure of taking a tea, but also is giving you, it's packed with health, with the health benefits. So we are looking at that, that mother, that father, that youth that is saying, I'm done with caffeine, I'm done with artificial sugars. I would like to take responsibility of my life, and I would like to take a healthy alternative. So we are targeting you.
All right.
And and we say that for every sip that you will take, it is a sip of life. It is a breath of life. That's the name Pumzi.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. And that's what many of us around the world are trying to do, have more of a quality of life. So that's fantastic. So where is your business located, and how can one access your products?
We are located in Uganda, that is Africa, East Africa. We are in Kampala, at the capital city. We are also in the outskirts. We work with different farmers, but we have an online presence. We have a website that's pumziteas.com. You can order anywhere you are in the world, and then we will deliver with DHL.
That's wonderful. So how do you, or how did you deal with the fears and doubts in running your business? Because as many other business owners, we all face fears, we face doubts, and we face so many different challenges. So how did you deal with that?
I did have quite a number of challenges at the inception of this business. And the truth is, there's times when I felt like I should give up. But it was always the feedback that I got from the customers. Every time I would feel like it's not working, it's not worth it, I'm not meant for this. That would be the time a customer would come in and tell you, I had a problem with pain. But since I started taking your teas, that pain is no more. I was having issues with sleep, but now I sleep better. So for me, that made me realize that it's not just a business, but I am solving a problem. I am helping people to get their health back. And that feedback accelerated my faith and my determination to make this business work. But then the other thing, I also formed my tribe, a group of fellow women that are in agro-processing. where we sit together and have a fire chat and talk about business and the challenges and share ideas on how we can maneuver these challenges. That has made me realize that all business owners go through challenges, but it is the resilience, the consistency, and the never give up attitude that propels that business to continue growing.
That's awesome. Oftentimes, and let me just say this, I heard you say that before you had problems with sleeping. And we know that if we don't get our proper sleep, our body can't reset, our body can't heal, our mind just stays on autopilot. And so oftentimes we have to develop great habits that help us to kind of reclaim ourselves and reclaim our magic so that we can do the things we need to do. So what habits or routines have you adopted in managing your business today?
One of them has been to create time for myself, run a schedule. As a business owner, you realize when I was just starting out, I would work anytime, anywhere without a schedule.
Yes.
And this affected my sleep patterns. It affected my health until I decided that I need to set my working hours, stop when my body tells me to stop.
Yes.
And take breaks when I need to. So I have come up with a schedule where I work an 8 to 5 and shut. And then if, let's say when we are in production, once we have done the production, we have a break. And this break has been vital in recouping and helping us cope, not only me, but also my team, to cope after the hard work.
Right.
So yeah, setting a schedule, knowing when to rest, when to take breaks, has been the solution that has worked for me.
And those are great solutions. And the routine is awesome, because I know that a lot of times if business owners, they are a force of one, a lot of times, even sometimes they have a team, but they don't use these routines, it can lead to burnout. And so that's a great thing that you've learned, not to burn yourself out. And so you've changed some of the ways that you were and how you dealt with the different stressors and trying to be everything to your business. And you change your routine and your strategy. And it sounds like it's made you better for it. So on top of that, we'd like to know from where you were then, how does your business look now compared to when you first started?
I have seen my business grow from the kitchen where we started, from packaging for a few customers on order, to having a product that is on the market, to having a processing or a drying unit that can dry up to 5 tons, to having 10 farmers that are outgrowers for our hubs, and still counting. Hopefully we will reach 500. We have seen, we have attracted investors that have so far given us seed capital. And we have also been able to employ about 10 women and youth directly, and we have employed over 50 indirectly, those that work for our farmers, those that transport our products, those that sell and market our product. So we have seen our business grow to even have an online presence, to have an e-commerce site. For us, that's been such an achievement from where we did start.
Yes, and I congratulate you for that. So there's so many businesses out there that offer teas, but your business is unique in its own right. So what makes your business unique from all the other businesses in your industry?
What makes our business unique is that we are all natural and organic, meaning that and also we do blends where we blend a fruit, a herb, a spice, or 1 or 3 or 4 herbs based on their health benefits and the essential oils that are essential in brain cell awakening, just for your own health and well-being. Also, what makes us unique is that we have a tea for everyone. We whatever you fancy, we have it. We also have an option to make your own blend. We will tell you these are the different types of mint that we have grown here in Uganda, dried and processed in our drying facility. So make your blend. And based on your choice, we are able to make you a blend on your selection. For us, we believe that that tea is not just an occasion, but an experience. And we would like to give that experience to you that will give you, that will be memorable at every sip, and that will keep you coming back.
Right. I absolutely like that. And, as a tea drinker myself, and I really believe in the commingling of the various fruits and herbs and the oils, because these in combination actually bring out the true flavors, and it also helps full body releases of flavor. It also helps the parts of the ingredients that are designed to help our body heal itself. A lot of times these ingredients cause it to be more powerful and help our bodies experience a greater healing in a short amount of time, which is often sustainable, especially for people that drink tea on a regular basis. So I really like what you shared with that. As a tea drinker, that means a lot. That means a lot. So how did you penetrate the market with your brand new product?
Okay, so one of the things that I did was mainly referral, word of mouth.
Yes.
Having had my first customers test the product I had worked with to my workplace, they became my ambassadors to tell their family and relatives and friends about this specialty they had taken. And this word of mouth helped me to slowly but progressively get into the market. The other thing that I did was to go to do a lot of sampling and testing events. For every time there would be an expo, I would carry a boiler, teacups, a strainer, and give people to test.
You had everything.
Give them an experience.
Yes.
Have a tea bag they could carry home. And that has my contact, that has my details.
Yes.
And after they had experienced, they would call and make their order.
Right. So
Yeah.
you said some key components. One, you had everything ready. It was like your tea kit, your tea travel kit. You were going to places, you had what you needed. So you were prepared. One, I heard, this is what I'm hearing you say. But also, two, you didn't just give them a tea, you gave them an experience. And that's amazing. And so we know that you also said that you took your time. It was a slow process and you did a lot of research. And so with research, with taking your time, there also comes sometimes a level of challenge, stagnation, and or failure. So can you share with us if you did have any experience with failure and how did you overcome that?
Oh, failure I have experienced so many times. One of them has been getting onto the market. People are warming up to my product. The orders are coming in, and then I do not have the capacity. I remember one time I had an order that was big, and we were working manually. I remember we worked until midnight. We burnt the midnight oil until morning. And on delivering this order, the client tells us that, oh, we have changed our mind. So this was really a challenge and a lesson where moving forward, we realized that we need to have things formalized. Give us a purchase order, make a deposit, have some sort of confirmation before we get into a bulk order. Otherwise, you can easily lose money and resources. Yeah.
Exactly.
So with every challenge that we have faced, that I have faced as a business owner, I have sat back to analyze, where did we go wrong? What can we do better? How do we mitigate it in the future, but it does not happen again? So that is how we have been able to move through the challenges that we have faced. There have been many. Others have been suppliers not delivering on time. Others have been an entire greenhouse falling with your seedlings before they come of maturity. And we have had to go back to the drawing board. We have had to go back and see, what did we do wrong? Was it in our control? Was it out of our control? How can we make sure that doesn't happen again?
Right.
Yeah.
You've shared so many areas where you've met a challenge, you've met failure. You talked about the time when you were oversubscribed, and when you were oversubscribed, you didn't have what you needed to fulfill the orders. You also talked about the fact that people contacted you, they made an order, you did what you were supposed to do, they didn't come pick it up. So now you've invested so much money into it, but you didn't get to reap it. So it made you say, hey, I need to have my contracts, my paperwork in place so that this does not happen. So you really learned through all of these experiences, and it helped to enhance your business. And I absolutely love that. And I see chemistry, growth mindset, transformational coaching and consulting on the line with us. Hello, I hope you're enjoying this. Go ahead and put some comments in the chat to what she said. Have you ever experienced this? And if you're out there and you've ever experienced this, let us know that you've experienced this, because Rita, that is excellent. A lot of companies don't want to talk about failure, but you spoke about it with such clarity and such transparency. And so I thank you. And I see also Margie McLean Foundation is in the house. Thank you. And good morning to you as well. So I know that had to be hard, but it sounds like you really overcame that and you moved your business into an area, into a light, into a flow that's much improved. So what do you like most about your business?
What I like most about my business is the impact we have been able to create in terms of employment, in terms of health, bringing onto market a health option that, with or without intention, because we've had some of our blends that we did not even intend when we were blending them, but the feedback we have got of the amazing things that have happened to the tea drinkers as a result, for us, it makes us proud. We look at the communities, the farmer groups that we are working with, that are able to take back money home and feed their families because our business exists. For us, that is amazing. We are looking at the vendors, we call them the motorcycles, the border on our side, that transport our products to the customers, that do the deliveries. We are creating jobs indirectly. We are transforming lives from from the body, the mind, and the soul, as well as the pocket. And for that, we are proud.
Wow. You know, you have shared with us that some of your biggest lessons in running your business was basically simply to, one, be prepared. And if you're not prepared, make sure that you shift so that you can be malleable enough so that even in that moment, if you're not prepared in that moment, you can be ready for the next moment. And that is so powerful. And you taught me. I don't know about you all. If you all got this, put a 20 in the chat. Put a 20 in your comment, okay? You taught me that you have to make sure that you're looking multiple steps ahead so that you can stave off these things that would almost bring your business to a screeching halt. So I absolutely love that. And thank you for sharing that with us. So tell us about your human resources, because human resources can make or break a business. So what has been your experience with the human resources department in your organization?
Thank you so much. Human resources has been one of our greatest challenges, to attract, as a small business, to attract professional labor and retain it has been such a challenge, because we have been training, and after you have trained, our employees feel they are ready for the next big job. And so one of the things we have done is to create a space where we make you be part of this vision, that and that commitment to serve, to make you get so interested that by the time you remember that you have to leave, you have given us your time. But then the other thing we have done is we have also used more of, because we realized we couldn't attract professional labor, we decided to work with consultants or with part-time professional labor. And then for the other, the casual, we did bring in part-time workers, come when we have a production, come when we have a packaging happening, and then we'll release you so that we can employ you again when we have work coming in. So this has helped us as a small business to stay afloat, and also to keep our key human resources, so that they know that, okay, I can go elsewhere and work. I can come and work for Pumzi for 2 weeks and then go work somewhere else. And this has given us such an edge that we are able to have qualified professionals work for us in a season, and then they are able to be released to bigger contracts when we are out of season.
Okay, wow. So it seems like you have really narrowed that down. You've got that you've kind of massaged it so that you're prepared, you're ready. And I know that you said that was one of the hardest parts of the business, is the resource, human resource. So many of our viewers out there are business owners, and some of you may have experienced a human resource. So I hope that you're taking notes, because you can do something very similar, if not the same, to help enhance your business. And as we talk about that, many of us have digital footprints. So tell us what your business digital print is.
Yes, we have made our presence by writing and being active on social media. We do write a lot about tea. We do post a lot about tea. We are on all social media platforms. We have a functional website where we do have at different tea blends, and also a blog where we talk about the different herbal teas and their health benefits. So when you get online, you are able to find us.
All right.
We have spoken a lot about what we do online.
Okay, fantastic. So listen, I I just have had such a delightful time, Rita. You have been an amazing guest. You have given us so much food for thought to enhance our businesses and make them better. So, Rita, how can people connect with you as we wrap up this segment? How can they connect with you, either order your products or be a part of your business? Rita?
Yes, you can connect with us through our website, www.pumziteas.com. We are also on LinkedIn as Pumzi Teas. We are on X as Pumzi Haboti, on Instagram as Pumzi Haboti, and on Facebook as Pumzi Haboti.
Fantastic.
We can also be, our contacts are online.
Fantastic. And I'm definitely going to be contacting you because I need some Pumzi tea. So, Rita, thank you again for being here. We appreciate you and look forward to bringing you back. And we know that this is coming. And I'll see you on the other side. Thank you, Rita.
Sure. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Wow, what a powerful discussion with Rita. It was amazing. Rita, Pumzi tea, got to get your Pumzi tea. You know, this is what we do. This is how we do it. Bringing people from all around the world right to your doorstep, right in your living room, right in your office. So you don't have to go anywhere. This is a part of what we do. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. And this expo is a fundraiser for students. And you can go right to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or you can use the Cash App that's on the screen below you. You should see it right there. You can use the $BBX USA. That's $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. And students, you can register online as well at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com because every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to go ahead and donate to the scholarship fund. And we want to thank all of our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for the month of November. NC 100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, the Lotus Rocher Coaching and Consulting LLC, Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally,
By sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to do, I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Be the spark that ignites change. Join us at the Ignite Your Life for Life Virtual Summit, where resolutions reignite and dreams refuel. December 14th, Saturday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern. It's an unforgettable day of growth and transformation with outstanding speakers that will grace the Ignite's global stage. Tiffany Williams-Para, Sherelle B. Mims, Aaron Page, Shirley Murphy, Dr. Lavella Mowbray, Brian K. McNeil, hosted by Dr. Lotus Richey and co-host Coach Chuck. Don't miss this space to reset, recharge, and reclaim your dreams, and to head into the new year stronger, wiser, and more connected than ever before. Click the link in the description and grab your tickets today.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Wanda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy. Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this? So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
The African company and the African CEO is making a conscious decision to bring on someone external to the continent versus bringing on someone who is from Ghana or Kenya or South Africa. And so the skill sets of the people that we take through our executive leadership training program and ultimately on the placement, obviously have to be extremely high caliber. So what we look for are corporate executives at the vice president to C-suite level, as well as Black entrepreneurs. When we look at the Black corporate executives, we're looking for some very specific skill sets, whether that be around supply chain, sales and marketing, engineering, product development. We want our folks to be able to add immediate value to the corporate board, right? And the other thing is, even if they don't necessarily have specific industry experience, they're bringing a diversity of thought.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaw, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaw explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
Hey, how's it going? It's always great when we get an opportunity to do something great. And today we're going to be doing something great with a young man. You know, he's going to be an architect, one of our future leaders of the world. Young man by the name of Christian Thomas. He's going to do an outstanding job. Of course, this is the Black Business Expo ceremony. My mom, say a few words to the young man as we give him the laptop, as we give laptop computers and up to $1,000.
Hi, Christian. We take great pride in giving you this laptop that you have earned. And we look forward to
And of course, if you're out there and you're a young man or young lady who wants a laptop computer and some scholarship dollars, go to our website, www.blackbusinessexpo.USA. I'm the guy, Eric Kelly III. This is Frances Cagle. She is the co-founder. Make sure you go there if you want to get a scholarship. And one of the things that we continue to say, the Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you the next time.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Hello and welcome. Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Dr. Lotus Rashay, and I'm your booming business master for this session of our business segment. We are having such a great time here at the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and to educate businesses about, you guessed it, business. And coming up, we have a phenomenal fireside chat. We will be having Mr. Troy Richardson leading that fireside chat. Let me tell you a little bit about Mr. Richardson. He is known for his tenacity and empowering the work that he does to help business owners just like you and me. He is a New York resident, and he's from New York, but he actually resides in the metropolitan Washington, D.C. area, not too far from me. And he runs the RCG Richardson Consulting Group, LLC. It's a company dedicated to fostering long-lasting partnerships. And with over 30 years of experience leading sales organizations, he has amassed over $400 million in revenue. That's right, I said it, over $400 million in revenue. Troy's ability to develop relationships at all levels of organization is an unmatched skill that enables him to build sustainable and profitable relationships. Troy is also a passionate advocate for veterans like me and you. He's also an advocate for the homeless and blind communities and the special needs community as well. He is currently serving as an executive board member to 4 nonprofits. Troy's involvement is evident to everyone that the level of dedication that he has is unmatched, and he provides this to his community. As a licensed financial professional and educator, international speaker, and media owner, a former U.S. Air Force member, he was mentored by general officers and the vice chief of staff at the Pentagon. And during our upcoming fireside chat, he's going to help you learn so that you can earn and share and embody others to do the same. Please welcome our leader for our fireside chat, Mr. Troy Richardson. Troy?
Dr. Lotus, thank you so much. I mean, who is that you were describing? I mean, that person is phenomenal. My God.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. It's so great to have you here today, Troy. And I'm looking forward to this fireside chat. I know it's going to be phenomenal. So with no further to do, I just want to pass the mic to you because we're ready for your genius. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side as you're joined with Harvey Lee and Alexander Rockefeller.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good afternoon, Harvey Lee.
Good afternoon. It's actually good morning here.
Well, you know, it is morning here, but the way Dr. Lotus, you know, shines, it feels like afternoon. You know what I mean? But this is such a treat, man, a pleasure, a treasure to be, you know, chatting it up with my guy, right? Harvey Lee. And folks, for you who don't know, Harvey Lee is a Southern University grad. He's an HBCU guy, first and foremost. But he used to play a little baseball back in the day. And the topic that we're going to talk about is transformation, right? How do you transform yourself from one place to another? Well, whether it's your life, it's your business, your relationship, everything evolves, everything transforms. So today we're going to talk to Harvey about his transformation from playing professional baseball for my New York Yankees and transforming that experience to what he's doing today. So Harvey, you ready, bro?
Hey, I'm ready.
Stay ready, ain't got to get ready. I love it. I love it. Well, let's talk about where it all started, man. What made you, and you know, as a young boy, pick up that baseball, and what did that feel like for you?
Well, I will say this. It started with my mother playing softball. And as a little young boy, I would go to all her games. And after the game, she'll pitch me the balls. And you know, it just continued from there. I was a 3-star, not really a 3-star athlete, but I played all 3 sports in high school. And then I figured out basketball wasn't my game. So I let basketball go and start playing football and baseball. And it was my visit to the University of Florida when I realized I was too small to play college. I was 165 pounds. I went in there and saw these big guys. I was like, no, this is not for me. And I ended up going to Southern University for baseball. And I would never change that. The things that I learned being at a HBCU, I wouldn't give that up for anything. It taught me all the things that I needed to know about life and not giving up on big things, little things. I've always been a person that I guess been around great people and learned from great people. I learned from, as a young boy, a gentleman by the name of Willie E. Gary spoke to my 8th grade class when I was in middle school. And the things that he taught us, the things that he said stuck with me still today. And I talk with Willie like on a weekly basis. Mainly I call him for advice and just the motivation he gives. But to get back to baseball, I ended up going to Southern University. I had one of the best coaches ever. The coach pulled a lot of things out of me that I never thought I had in me. But I ended up breaking about 3 or 4 Southern baseball records, home runs, RBIs. And we had some great guys that go to Southern and come from Southern. But after I left, those records was a gentleman by the name of Ricky Weeks broke them all. But that speaks for itself. But then I always wanted to go off into coaching. So I ended up, I feel I should be at a HBCU coaching because I know the language, I know the lingo, and I know what they're looking for. And just unfortunately, some of our HBCUs, not a downfall, I'm saying, but they look at the other side. They think that they're going to bring more in. They think they're going to bring knowledge. But none of those coaches, they didn't grow up like most of us. For instance,
now Harvey, let me ask you: when you say they look to the other side, are we talking about look outside of Black coaches?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And if you look at the PWIs, predominantly white school institution, you can count maybe 5 guys, Black head coaches. And we struggle to identify our own first. And there are some colleges do, but there are others don't. And that's one thing that I would love to see if I can, make a change with. I could teach the guys all they want to know, but it's the guys who hire them. They might not give them a chance. There's a lot of Black guys out here can coach, but they're not given the chance. I'll be honest with you. Since I got out of baseball in '88, I've never had an interview at a PWI, and every year I just put I put in for all the jobs that's opening, and it's been that same way with HBCUs. I had one job, and again I don't want to stay to school because I resigned because they didn't have a baseball field, and I'm going, how can I teach? I don't have a field to teach them, and so I resigned because I take baseball very serious. And the thing I look at, I blame the athletic directors, because when you look at every young man that goes to these HBCUs, he's looking for someone to help him with his dream. His dream is to at least learn the skills and the knowledge to help him get a look or a chance to at least try out. And they're not hiring those type guys.
Now, Harvey, let me slide it back a little bit there, because we're not just going to glance over the fact that you said you was hired as a baseball coach to an institution unnamed that did not have a baseball field for the coach or the players.
That's true. They told me when I got there, you can practice the boys in the gym. I said, no, I can't. It's not basketball.
Where were the games going to be played?
Well, the games was played about 30 minutes off campus. And I think they were renting that field, but to rent that field daily was a lot.
Then we get into a whole nother realm of cost and fundraising, and we know what that world looks like.
Yeah, but again, that's why I say I'm suited for a HBCU. And I'll be honest with you, I had several people wanted to give donations when I was at this HBCU, but the athletic director at that time didn't want the donations because they wanted to go to D2 because of a gentleman that was coaching there. I mean, I don't want to put all that out, but it could be a movie. Maybe you might take the movie.
You know how we do, baby. Shoot.
Yes, it wasn't nothing that, I thought, I'll be honest with you, I was like, man, I'm getting ready to be in heaven. I'm going to a HBCU, and I'll go to another one. Don't get me wrong. I just thought everything was going to be heaven. It's going to be a black world, but it wasn't. And I don't take that same turn in thinking that every other HBCU like that, because I went to a HBCU. I love Southern University, and but that one had a lot of animosity, anger, and I'm going, whoa. And I'm glad it's shows like this, to be honest with you, Mr. Richardson, that we need more blacks to watch shows like this. We need to bring back blacks. All blacks have to do is open their eyes and go back to when the blacks was out in Tulsa, did the Black Wall Street. They worked together. And that's another thing I look at with all these professional teams. They don't hire, believe it or not, they don't hire the well-educated blacks all the time because they know they might pool together their money and resources and blow things up in a black community. If you notice, they have guys that they track their record, and they know these guys go out, spend $30,000-$40,000 in a bar. I don't want to say what kind of bar, but that money could be going back into a neighborhood or a community, black community. And if you look at today, Major League Baseball is 3% blacks. 3%. They saying that blacks are not playing baseball in college, but yes, they are. Now, I will say this. I've gone to the last 3 SWIPE baseball championships, and Grambling State had a gentleman on their team, second to none, to no one, and they didn't draft.
Wow.
They didn't draft.
How can that happen when high schoolers are getting drafted? How can that happen?
I wish I could answer that. And like my first week of spring training, I got there and I'm out in the outfield with guys, and I'm going, my man, what school you went to? Michigan. I'm going, that sucks. Well, what school you went to? Ohio State. I'm going, man, I played with guys back at Southern that eat y'all up too, but we're not getting chances. You go back to it. Jackie Robinson. Great. But they had guys in the Negro League was way better. They didn't want us to come and take over. And it's still latter day, but they'll let any guy that looked like us from other countries come in. But we're strong here, man. You can take 8 black kids, 8 white kids, and 8 Latin kids. I guarantee you, 8 out of 10, that black kid gonna be stronger, faster, smarter. He just need the proper training.
Mm-hmm. Now let's touch on, playing for the world's baseball team, the New York Yankees. What was that experience like for you? Again, coming from Southern, and you have these other guys going to, the D1 powerhouses.
Well, I'll be honest with you. Back then, they had the real George Steinbrenner. And George owned two teams that year. He owned the New York Yankees and the Fort Lauderdale Yankees. And I've seen George my second year with the Fort Lauderdale Yankees. He came down to the dugout. At that time, Bucky Dent was my manager. And he said, Bucky, get rid of that guy. It was our second baseman. So he didn't play. And you know what? A lot of people talked about George, but I like George. I like him because it's like any job. If you didn't put out, they got rid of you, but the people that I didn't like, the people that was running things under him, because they all tried to act like him. And, they were a bunch of nasty guys, and you knew and you saw guys coming from other countries that didn't have it, but they were going to give them chance after chance. I'll be honest with you. If they can pull my stats up, if I hit a home run tonight, I probably didn't play again for another month.
Wow.
If they want you to make it, you're going to make it. And I would say this here. We had great players like Ken Griffey Jr. Oh, yeah, he's in a class of his own. But you know what? There are other guys that was in class of their own, but they didn't want, certain guys to make it. If they want you to make it, I promise you'll make it. If you look at most, and maybe some people disagree, and that's cool. But if you look at basketball used to be predominantly controlled by us. But they start opening it up around the world to get more other looking faces, because they look at the people that's paying the money. We know who if you go to DC, Maryland, New York, that's where all the basketball brothers was coming out of back in the days. But they shorten the net now for us. And it's a good thing they made the G League to keep some, guys going. But and they're doing the same thing if you look at football. They're now trying to get it, and it's going in other countries to get more different faces in there now. I'm just saying, if you just got to look at that. But like I said, I just always felt they won't get those strong-minded brothers who they feel gonna pull together and make great things happen for their communities.
Well, I'll tell you, Harvey, it's the mindset of profits over people, right? And that's a societal type of mentality that we're dealing with these teams, because as you said, you bring in these other markets internationally, globally, and we're always saying business-wise, you gotta go global. So that's what they're doing. So what do we do as a people? And you alluded to it. Organizations like this, like the Black Business Network, Black Business Olympics, and so many others have to align themselves together, right? There's no reason why organizations should not collaborate the same way as individuals like you and I are collaborating. But we got to collaborate at a higher level where we got more people integrated and putting all the resources together. We could have our own baseball league if we wanted to.
Listen, my goal, I still say, is to start my own Negro League baseball league, because they're out there. And I've been putting things together that's not going to cost much. And that's my goal in the next 2 years. I'm telling you, I go to HBCU games and I'm going, whoa, man, this boy hell bad. He gonna be there. They won't even give him a shot, man. Grambling State had three players should have been in the first 2-3 rounds.
Didn't get drafted at all. See, as a parent, that would not sit well with me. And that's just me. I'm a little bit more outspoken, but these stories need to be brought to light.
Now remember, I went to Southern. I'm saying Grambling State players.
Yeah.
That's a mouthful.
Yeah. Coming from Southern, yeah.
That's a mouthful.
I get it. The Bayou Classic, baby. But that shows your heart, right? You know, you want justice. It doesn't matter that that's your rival.
And don't think there are blacks that work for Major League Baseball, but our hands are tied. We see what's happening. Our hands are tied. You know, and I know, and everybody else know. You say something, you worry about getting fired.
Yeah. You say it today, you're canceled by the end of the night.
Yep.
You got to be careful, but
you just got to be careful. So I remember, man, and they knew what they were doing back in the days. I wasn't back there, but just going and look at films of Negro League, man, they had packed houses. And we all dressed up nice. I mean, you look at it, man, our guys, the ladies, oh my God, everybody went to a game after church. They were dressed up nice. It was amazing. I just wish that league was around when I was coming up too. Seriously, I just wish I can bring something like that back.
Harvey, you know I'm on board with you, right? Number one, you know I'm on board, but and you mentioned your mom. My mom played softball too. That's how I got interested in it. I saw these women out there doing it, man. But I also remember the fast pitch softball leagues where the men would play. And my God, you talking about some of the best ball players, fast pitch softball, man. Them dudes was bad. So your concept is not far-fetched at all. It's going to work because we have a base of ball players that are looking for something like that.
And
so
you know what? Work. For extra money, I would run it. Like I said, I have everything on paper, but just give you an idea. I would start it in May and end it in late August because HBCUs that have nice stadiums and fields, that's who I would have the teams at. Number one, they have dorms these guys can live in. Number two, they have cafeterias. I'd rather that money to go back to the cafeteria there and the dorms there, just for the team. So there are ways it can work. And you're killing two birds with one stone. You helping an HBCU that has baseball to put more back into their baseball program. It's funny, when I was at Southern, we used to play LSU. We'll put it on LSU. But you got to remember, you got 9 guys on the field. But when you play against one of those schools, you're playing against 11 or 12. Mm-hmm. You got those umpires, making those calls. And we used to see it all the time, every time we go play a PWI. But thanks to technology, and now they videotaping everything.
Yeah.
For instance, a couple years ago, Mississippi Valley was playing against a PWI, and the umpire struck the boy. I don't know. It was clear, a ball. And thanks to that technology now, the world saw that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but back in the days, that was our call. What they did, though, they taught us how to hit balls we weren't supposed to hit. We knew we had to go up swinging, or this guy gonna call us out.
Mm-hmm.
So, hey, they thought they were hurting us, but they were helping us.
Yeah. You just naturally, as a people, we able to make adjustments on the fly, right?
That's right.
That's just the way we was brought up, man. Hey, it ain't going your way right now. Hey, if you don't do this, you might die. So you got to make those adjustments on the fly, man. And I tell this story all the time. But it's a reflection, right? You gotta, like, I have a cousin who was hung in 1932, in August 1932, man, Lowndes County, Alabama. I'll never forget the first time I heard that story, man. I couldn't believe my relative was hung. But that's how serious this can be. Yeah, and it was, right? People will try to hold you back just because of the color of your skin, man. It's a fact. So you got to go much harder. You got to have that Mamba mentality, which I preach about all the time. Ain't nobody going to outwork Troy. You're not going to do it, because just to let all y'all know, I don't sleep. Maybe an hour or two, maybe 3 or 4, but I'm relentless when it comes to impacting lives. And Harvey, what you're talking about is transformation. And that's what we're talking about. You transforming a Negro baseball league, right? That I've never heard anybody say they're going to do that, right? For the last 30, 40 years, I have not heard anyone say, I'm going to create another baseball league. You heard it for the NFL, basketball, but you haven't heard anyone say that for baseball. So let's get started. Let me know what you need from me, and let's get some potential sponsors on board. All my businesses out there, you're going to hear this. Get involved with the new Black Baseball League with the commissioner, former New York Yankee, Harvey Lee. Let's go.
Hey, I tell you what, when I signed with the Yankees, my dream was to be the next big Reggie Jackson in New York, but they had different plans. And, it took me years to get over it. Especially when you're on the inside and you see how things are being run. People can say, I never really talk to anyone about it, because people always say, oh, he's bitter. But when you're there to see what goes on, like my very first year, I hit the team. It was during spring training, extended spring training. I hit the first home run, the first grand slam, stole the first base. And then all of a sudden they needed a player to go up. They get a guy that they done had that didn't do anything. I mean, they do stuff to you to bring your morale down. I will say, I don't want to call two of the big time Yankee guys' name, but they never went down and told little guys first year like myself, hey man, hang in there. It might not be what you think, but just don't let them. No one told me that. Because when I start seeing that, I started like, man, bump this. I don't care anymore. I thought I was hurting them by not going out doing what I was supposed to do, but I was hurting myself. Mm-hmm. No one had told me how that went. I'm going, man, I'm killing this. I'm getting 2-3 hits a game, and they not moving me. No one told me how the system worked. And I had a white boy to tell me, but I thought he was telling me because he was jealous. It's like, man, I don't know why you playing so good. They ain't finna move you. They're not going to move you. So,
Wow.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
But, I try to give guys the experience, not the talk, just the talk. I try to teach them the way I was taught. Back in the days, we were always taught you had to be twice as good. And that's where I coach and I teach. See, I like to teach. Because when you teach, now you know how to coach. Because I done taught this kid how to bunt the ball down third base or first base. So, you know, he can execute what I done taught him.
Now, Harvey, let me use that as a segue, brother. I don't mean to cut you off, but when Dr. Lotus appears, I've been taught that our time is short.
Doc, you all need to keep programs like this. And Troy will tell you, I would love to bring a lot of my contacts to you all. I love what you're doing. I love what you're doing.
Well, hold on, Harvey. You can't be giving up all the resources for Dr. Lotus like that.
Well, listen, Harvey, I just want to say I absolutely love what you were sharing. And Troy, you asked some amazing questions that really pulled out the meat of this discussion. And we got to have you back, Harvey.
Yes.
Would you definitely come back and share more of what you're sharing?
Yes, ma'am. You know, I will fly to North Carolina to meet this staff. Dr. Eric Kelly. I mean, this is what we need.
Fantastic.
This is
what a testimony right here.
This is our Black Wall Street get it together right here.
Exactly. And I feel you in my heart because, you know, I've worked with the Nike National to help Black young boys and young girls when I lived in Augusta, Georgia. I was a part of the 100 Black Women of Augusta, and our brother chapter was the 100 Black Men of Augusta. And we work with Nike National to help them get scholarships for our children. And having actually met King Griffey Jr. and actually played basketball with Kevin Garnett before he even went to the NBA. I used to run scrimmage games with him, like when I was sneaking to the Y. I see the heart of you, man. And I feel you and I understand it. And you know you are a genius, and we know that we're gonna have you back. And all I've got to say, Troy, is genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side. And thank you.